plug. Hoi hoi, ladies and gentlemen, how the devil are you? I hope you're very well. I just had a moment before the screen, lifted. Had a genuine fear as the screen was lifting. I was like, oh shit, am I wearing a t-shirt? No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm wearing all of the necessary items. I don't know where that thought came from, but it was a genuine thought. It was a genuine worry. You don't have these problems as a never nude. RT, come on. Are you wearing a vest in bed though? You know, nips.
How's it hanging, old cock? I'd say you're looking well for the circumstances.
By Lawson. Oh, Livid. Thank you. Oh yeah, of course. No, we did have these conversations, didn't we? It's the previous day's t-shirt. So what you're saying is that you aren't wearing underwear? They ain't needed. I don't need your underwear, man. I'm not part of your underwear system. Honestly, Scott Vulcan, yes.
At hello.
Full on. Minerva, you like this conversation? Hi, Toki. Hi, everybody. Good to see you. Sorry, I've thrown myself for a loop by genuinely thinking moments before the screen lifted up whether I had a shirt on or not. Scott Vulcan, welcome in. Night Dweller, good to see you. Nilk, ahoy hoy. Infinity and Beowulf, Livid, VD, Johnny, Infinity, Style, Arcate, and hi, Tokay. Minerva, how are you? I'm full-blown, natural-born commando, man. You mostly wear clothes, but you have a problem that many of your comfy clothes have holes. You know what doesn't have a hole? My hairy chest, which I genuinely thought you guys were going to see for free. Which you did the other week. You 100% did. Everybody who was here, for those 18 or was it 19 people that were here whilst I was streaming when I wasn't supposed to be streaming, did get to see my hairy chest. Fucking hell. 10 minutes! I was almost live for 10 minutes! I should be happy. I should be ecstatic that I can have a stream that I don't announce and then like 19 people turn up. Oh, I deleted the VOD. You better believe I deleted that fucking VOD. Dab, what up, dude? Infinite, you get pretty paranoid about your zipper, but you had some pretty embarrassing incidents in high school. Oh, dude. Hi, dogs. Good to see you. Dudes. I have decided to go. I've gone balls to the wall today with the thought of the day. This is going to genuinely be an interesting one because I know what the answer should be, but I don't know whether the answer that it should be is in fact the answer.
Hello?
Hello, Connor, and good night because your schedule loves to keep you away from me. Connor, sweet dreams, dude. Thank you for stopping by.
You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you, and good night.
Thought of the day. Well, no, VD. I've gone real fucking deep with this one. All right. I've been listening to some podcasts and stuff about lifestyle stuff. It's okay. You don't need to worry about it. But like, I've been listening to some podcasts, and this question came up, and I was like, it's a really fucking... It's not as straight up and down as it should be. It should be so clear cut. It should be. It really fucking should. The quick thought of the day is, does attractiveness augment consent? I've gone deep. I've gone real fucking deep on this one. The answer should be no. It should be no, right? There should be no change. Consent should be important regardless, right? Exactly. That should be the fucking answer. It should be. Hey, Lotus, how are you doing? Do you think attractiveness augments consent? It shouldn't be. Like, that should just be we should just be able to... You don't understand the question, right? So, if you wanted someone to touch you, and they... it's consent. It's consensual touch and stuff like that. Maybe I should change it to, does attractiveness augment consensual touch? But basically, the idea that if someone touches you in any way, shape, or form, and you didn't consent to that touch, that is non-consensual, right? It's non-consensual. That is not... I did not consent to you touching me. And that shit's important, right? This goes wrong in so many places. Consent is consent, pretty clear cut. But on top of that, attractiveness is subjective, exactly. So this is the thing. When you are sitting there and thinking, wow, that person over there is very, very attractive. I am very, very attracted to that person. I wish they would touch me. If that person then came up and touched you, would you be like, whoa, 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 I did not consent to this? Obviously, the fact is that you should. The rules should apply. The rules should apply, regardless. But there would be that little voice in your head being like, yeah, but if I say whoa and no and stop, then is that a rejection? Is that my chance to what's going on? By Lawson. Well, that's an interesting question. Is it because of perceived attractiveness? Following thought would be, does attraction augment consent, which should have the same answer as you said? Yeah. Right? I mean, surely it's down to how you feel at the time, but the safe rule is no. But, missed opportunities and shit, yeah. Scott Vulcan, in theory, consent is consent, but attractiveness could help you in getting away with breaking consent. For example, an attractive woman sees a man, very unlikely to be punished if an attractive woman assaults a man. Well, I mean, it doesn't even have to be assault. Like this, we don't have to go fully down the assault route. It can be non-consensual touch. Also, wait, that goes back down to that other conversation that we had the other day about assault being intent. And yeah. Remember that conversation? I don't know whether you're here for that one about assault and battery. Assault is like the when you like come at somebody with intent. That's assault. It's like the battery is when you put your hands on someone. If it's like a beating up thing, assault is a confusing term to me. With attractiveness, do you include what clothing, body language tell you? I guess. So the question is just for how you view it happening for you specifically. Well, it like expands out into other questions, right? Assault is the action, battery is the result. Is that the one? I think the way that one of the definitions that there might be multiple definitions. It might be one of these weird ones that like it depends on the legality of the situation and yada yada yada. Not the legality of the situation, the technically whatever the scenario was. But the way that it seemed to be put down was like, if I came at somebody with intent to punch them, that would be assault. If I had intention to harm somebody, that would be assault. Because it was the intention that mattered, and then the actual physical. That's the battery. So anyway, I think it's as a term, I find it really confusing. Assault as a term, I find it really confusing. Because then it obviously makes sense. Because then some people are like screaming assault when somebody else, like, I get it. There's like parking lot raging people that are screaming assault at someone else that is like kind of, I don't know, oppressing them or having we're getting off topic here because of the word assault, but that's me, not any of you guys. It's me just being confused by the term, and we looked it up the other day, and it made me more confused rather than more clear. It's because somebody is like, if somebody is talking about someone else's like way of life and saying that, you shouldn't exist, technically that's assault because they are wishing bodily harm on the other person, but that's not actually assault. There's no physicality there, but they are wishing harm on that person, so that's assault. It gets very confusing. Anyway, to get back to where we were, non-consensual touch, regardless of assault. I knew this was going to be a big one. I knew this was going to be like, all right, light the touch paper and let's just see. This was a challenge for me because I was like, all right, I'm going to try and just be impartial here and sit here and think, rather than judge and be like, all right, well, this has to be this and this has to be this. But yeah. But then again, like, so hold on, I got to scroll up and I got to take the chat into question here, right? Always helps to flip the context. If they're fugly, is it automatically non-consent? I mean, that's the next step of the argument, right? To you don't want somebody that you don't find attractive touching you. Therefore, you only want people that you find attractive touching you? In which case, is that the core of consent? Attractiveness? And then that's a personal preference. But then to someone across the room, like, say, I don't know, you're at a dance. You're at a dance. You know, archetype, you go to dances all the time. I'm well aware of this. And you're boogieing. And somebody comes up to you who you find attractive. And without any words of consent, you start boogieing together and you're touching each other and you're boogieing the touchy and the boogie and the touchy. And then that person goes away. And then another person that you don't find attractive comes up and starts boogieing and touching you. And you're like, whoa, hold on. No, I don't want you touching me. And it's like, but I just saw you do exactly the same thing with that person over there. It's like, well, yeah, but I found them attractive. So I wanted them to touch me. I've had people that you found attractive touch you in the past with lack of consent and using eye contact and listening as... Okay, wait. And listening as reasoning. So, like, they were using eye contact to try and get consent rather than verbalizing consent. Assault with batteries in a sock, then. Yes, VD, that's the one. Battery, physical act, assault is... yeah, the intent. Let's go to the idea. Not to the technicality. Did you feel bad? If so, yes. Did you feel good? No. That's how I handle it. Which I get, Beowulf. But then that is like past the point of it being a thing, right? If like after you've been touched, you go, oh, I didn't want that. It's like, oh, well, you can't like give consent after the fact, right? Sometimes even a stare can be considered a violation or felt as breaching someone's personal boundaries, but someone else might still subconsciously stare at someone they find attractive. Thanks to Ras, by the way, we're giving away a copy of The Wild 8. Wasn't the intent of the attacker, but rather the... Oh, are we still on assault? So yeah, I'm not talking about assault, by the way. That is a whole other different thing, which is big, and this question is big enough without bringing assault into the equation. This is just consent. You know, somebody, they didn't do you any harm, they didn't do any damage, but the difference between a non-consensual touch and a consensual touch, if you have been sat there thinking, I find that person attractive, I hope I want to get to know them better, and I want to talk to them, and I want to get close to them, and then they come over and they sit and they chat with you, but not about consent, and then they touch your knee. Like for me, I'd be like, oh, this person that I find attractive is talking to me and now is touching my knee. Hooray! But then would that same situation with somebody that you don't find attractive, would that be then like, oh, okay, hold on. No, that's non-consensual touch. I don't want you to touch me. And the line there is maybe the attractiveness? And is that the key to consent? I'm not at all in any way saying, in any way, shape or form saying that this is cut and dry, by the way. I think the genuine answer should be no. Attractiveness should not augment consent in any way, shape or form. It shouldn't. But the thought is, does it? Does it? Because I think the reality of the question is, I think it does, sort of. And that's not to say that that's a good thing. It's something to keep in mind. And it's not an excuse, and it's nothing like that. I think it's just an interesting, difficult, sticky thing. Sorry, I'm scrolling back through, and I'm seeing people chat about assault. And I get that I was talking about assault for a second, but just to clarify, we're not talking about assaulting someone here, which I would say is a step above what I'm talking about. But I get what you mean. Like technically, non-consensual touch would be assault. Yeah. Just leaving that terminology off the table for a moment to make it easier to talk about. You know. Either way, it is always safer to ask for consent, no matter how small you think a gesture may be. I thought it was really interesting. Also, hello, friendly kitten. Really interesting. The other day, I was at an event, and yeah, it wasn't like a formal thing in any way, shape, or form. This person just very casually. And I've had it with people that I've met through Twitch as well. Just somehow they just very casually be like, "Are you a hugger? Are you a hugging?" And that's like, "Oh, cool, yeah, no, yeah." And that's also that boundary. I might not have wanted a hug from them, but the fact that they asked then changes it, and it's nothing to do with attractiveness. Then it's mostly to do with the fact that they were being very kind and considering the fact that I might not want to hug. To be fair. Are you a hugger? Then that's consensual touch, but has nothing to do with attractiveness. You are a hugger. Nice, Night Dweller. Do you say to people that you meet that you want a hug, are you a hugger? It's the action. With an action, it's very hard to prove intent. See, this is. Are you guys still going on about? Again, I've scrolled back up here. I feel like dropping the word assault has morphed the conversation slightly. The actual conversation, the thought of the day is: does attractiveness augment consent? Nothing to do with assault. Not saying that if somebody non-consensually touches you, it's about physical harm or fear of physical harm or whatever. Nothing to do with assault. I'm just asking: does attractiveness augment consent? Not should attractiveness augment consent. That's not the question, just to clarify, because I think it should be no. It should be you should treat every single other person with their own body autonomy and be like, yo, I'm not gonna go anywhere near this with a hug or, well, I mean, arguably a handshake, but let's not go too far because that's just at this point that's society because handshakes are just the thing. Who knows? Anyway, I'm not gonna do that route, but like, you know what I mean? Toki right there with Lotus. The respect that comes with asking for and giving consent that makes them safe. So it's that the asking of consent makes somebody feel safer and then more attractive. Okay. Otherwise, they can be attractive all they want. Oh, yeah. And also attractive is subjective. You know, one person's 10 out of 10 is another person's 2 out of 10. And one person can be a 10 out of 10 before they open their mouth. And then it turns out that they're a fascist. And then splosh right down the bottom of the barrel. So, you know, attractive is completely subjective as well. For some reason, you often tilt your head when listening to people. And it took some... and some took it as you wanting them because despite being shy, you're okay with eye contact. Interesting. Yeah. Non-verbal consent. That's fucking sticky as shit. Why wouldn't you be able to give consent after the fact? You could, but also then that gets you into a sticky position, right, Beowulf? That if you talk about consent after the fact, then you've got to talk about non-consent after the fact, and then that gets real fucking sticky. Right? Necessity is the only thing that augments consent. Necessity is the only thing that augments consent in this instance, such as touching someone to get their attention when they are about to do something dangerous. Yes. Yeah. That's an interesting one. Yeah. If somebody pushed me, if somebody that I didn't find attractive, like tackled me and pushed me out of the way of a speeding car, I wouldn't be like, whoa, hold on, non-consensual touch. Yeah. Friendikin, how are you doing? Sorry, I'm catching up. It's a real chat. It's a real grenade in chat, this one, and I knew it would be. I knew it absolutely would be, and yeah, like I say, I don't have. My only thought on the matter is that it shouldn't. It shouldn't, but I think it does in some way. I had a couple of good personal examples for the staring thing, but they're quite private, so let's just say, yeah. And I'm not asking for people to share their situations that might make them uncomfortable. It's just a case of, like, I think it's an interesting question. I really do think it's an interesting question. And that was sort of the whole point of these questions, was I wanted to have something that we could have a back and forth about. Like, I did it in the Discord. We did like the question of the week for a long time, and they were pretty inane things, like burger with or without bun or cheese or bacon, or no, they were completely inane things. Whereas this, I was like, you know what, fuck it, let's see, let's pull a pin, lob the grenade into chat, and see what happens. So thanks for having a conversation about this, because I think it's an interesting conversation. Let's let's just say there are situations where you get that it might have seemed very attractive for others to look at, but it still pissed you off that they did not ask you for your consent to look at you or watch you, and know that they meant no harm, and in light of the space that you were in, they may have thought if it was okay. Generally never goddamn assume that you have a person's consent without clear communication. Interesting thought. I think that one's a really, really interesting one that might have to have its own deep dive into it, because like doing things in a public space or in a private space that is like ticketed as an event or something, that's a very confusing one as well. Anyway, attractiveness can't determine consent. Take, for example, a gay person being kissed by the most beautiful woman in the world, then it would not be consent. But surely that's because the gay person doesn't find the woman attractive, right, dogs? In which case, that is the core of it, is attractiveness. The person is as gay as the day is long. They wouldn't find the most beautiful woman in the world attractive. Therefore, they wouldn't want that person to intimately get involved with them, yeah? So then it is all about attractiveness. Arguably, right? Y'all, touch me! Ew, slimy. Probably has a deranged monkey in his pocket that's stealing all of my change. His eyes are something and glassy. I suspect he's gone deranged. You like it when people go to a convention with a badge or a sticker indicating their hug preferences? Yes, that's a lovely one. Please don't hug me. I don't like... Yeah. Nigel, that's great. Yeah, if you're a hugger and you offer the hug, and then you're not like and then obviously if they don't want the hug, there's no offense they're taking. Just being like, oh, cool, right, fist bump, or no, okay, cool. It's lovely to meet you. Pylos, you're also a hugger, but you also try to read the person when you approach. If you're met by a hand, you know that they're not up for a hug. Okay. Siri, in sports, you warn a person that you will touch them or ask to touch them. That's informed consent. In sports, I suppose, yeah, specifically in contact sports. I mean, can you imagine consenting to, like, not consenting to someone punching you in the face in MMA? Right, okay, hold on. Right, I'm okay with us stepping into the octagon, but nothing here, all right? Emmy, you was called Huggable Mike at uni, but that set the high bar. Huggable imposter syndrome. Oh no, Emmy. Am I really huggable? Look at all these other people. These people are huggable. I shouldn't be here. That's very sweet. As a solid 5 and male presenting, anyone attractive would immediately set off alarm bells about honeypots and other social engineering tricks. Don't you touch me. I know your game. Where's my wallet? A handshake is at least offered, so it can be declined. True. That's true. It's very hard to force someone into a handshake without chasing their hand around. Modern discourse regarding consent versus fairly innate and natural passive social interaction and cues is probably the key aspect. Here we go. Whoa! Spidey, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid, everybody. Welcome in. We are going to be playing in a bit, once we've discussed this hot topic. We have a hot thought of the day, and it's quite a difficult one to unpack. I've gone from asking about, is our eyelashes facial hair? That was a thought of the day. Today's thought of the day might be a little bit more sticky is the term I'm going with. Gollum, welcome in. Spidey, welcome in. How you doing? Can I get some ahoy hoys for the lovely raiders? Spidey's fantastic. What were you playing today? Right, okay. So, I gotta scroll back up. whilst if anyone is like, oh, for God's sake, Fras, I don't want to chat about this. This is too heavy. Don't worry, we are going to get into the game soon. I just think it's an interesting question, and I thought, why not? You know, I've had inane-ass questions as the thought of the day before. Why not? Why not just go and plop a depth charge in and see what happens? You don't fully understand the thought of the day, but you're also low on food. Yeah, it does need a little bit more explaining. Maybe I didn't. I think what happened was, Spidey, is I sort of made it intentionally vague as a question because I was a bit worried because I'm like, oh, this is such a fucking hot topic that I don't want to come across as defining anything in the question. So I'm like, oh, I'll keep it incredibly vague. So the best way that I think that I've explained what I'm talking about is I'm not a dancer, so this is a pure hypothetical situation. Having a boogie, right? Dancey. Because like dancing, I think I don't know. I'm not a dancer. I don't dance. I'm mosh. That's as far as I go. But like the idea that I think dancing has some sort of ritualistic mating thing about it. Anyway, you're looking around and you see someone that you find attractive and you're like, oh my God, that's so attractive. I wish they would touch me. This obviously would be from the case of somebody who is single or poly or whatever. And then they come over and you wanted them to touch you because you find them attractive. And then they start dancing with you and touching you. No words are exchanged, but you're happy with it because, well, I find them attractive. Now, to the outside observer, that is just a person that's come up to someone else and now they're touching. And maybe it's not the most sexual touching. Maybe it's like jive dancing and it's hands and it's spinning or whatever. I don't know. Not, like I say, not a dancer. But then somebody else comes over later on in the evening who don't find attractive and you're like, actually, I don't want to dance with you. I don't want to touch you. And it is mostly to do with attractiveness in that situation. Therefore, does the consent is the consent augmented by the fact, like realistically, no. One person should ask for consent to touch you. The other person should ask for consent to touch you, or indeed dance in this case, in this scenario. But because you found that one attractive, would you forego that formality in favor of being like, oh, okay, I find you attractive. Right? And attractiveness is very subjective. Exactly. Which is why you can find one person. I'm not saying that it is a stereotypically beautiful person over here that touches you and a stereotypically uggo over here that wants to touch you. It is a personal preference. You have found this person over here attractive. They come over, they dance with you, and you're happy with it. You find this person over here not attractive. They come over and try to dance with you, and you're like, no, thank you. I would argue that, as somebody that doesn't go dancing, I would argue that that happens a fair amount. I don't know, though. Can somebody that regularly goes dancing, like, chime in and say, actually, Fras, that's fucking ridiculous. You always ask. Maybe that's not the best example. I don't know. Anyway, right. Back to RT's one, because I'm going to have to unpack this one. Modern discourse regarding consent versus fairly innate and natural passive social interactions and cues, probably the key aspect. Okay, so modern discourse around like having a conversation about consent versus that like social interaction. It's more passive, natural, arguably. A lot of things aren't formally stated and humans aren't naturally bureaucratic. There is an assumption here that a lot of people would bidirectionally consider consent at all. Interesting. There's an assumption here that a lot of people would. No friendly slap in the ball bag. How dare you? Generally, Infinity, your group of friends doesn't even commit to a handshake. Fist bump is sufficient. I love a fist bump. I love a one of those. You know, one of those where you go like thumb to thumb. I have two hands. So I can't really make this work. But you know when somebody like comes in from the other side with the same hand, technically, I'll reverse my hand and you do that thing where you like grab and then go in for the half hug. I love that shit. I love a full hug as well. But I'm a big fan of a slap and half hug. Is that the one? Is that the one, Styly? Yeah, exactly like that, except you go in for the half hug afterwards. Infinity, no, it shouldn't augment consent, but for you, and you alone in this universe, it does, right? We're not talking, Beowulf is defining what we're talking about here, okay? Now, we're not talking about non-consensual consents, but from non-communicated consents. If something isn't communicated, sure, you should be able to decide whether or not something is... if something isn't communicated, sure, you should be able to decide whether or not something is what it is after the fact. I don't know. I don't think I agree on that one, Beowulf. I don't think I agree on that one. Darren Baines... Hello, and Cop. Hello. Hello! Cop, sit on that chair. We're going to interrogate you. Lawyer whispers, deny everything. Me shouting loudly, that's not a chair! You know. Exactly, Lotus. And a conversation like this gets to the point where we get to think and find out how other people think as well, which I think is important. And I think it's dangerous to be like, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. This is the defined parameters. Like, discourse is important because it means that you get to experience other viewpoints and you get to, like, have that back and forth.
Might I say you're looking fit as a fiddle?
Epic, that's a different question altogether. Why are we questioning consent? Why are you consenting my questions? Wait, no. Friendly Kitten, you like hugs from people that you know and like. Exactly, okay. Beowulf, for you, asking for your consent. Okay, here's an interesting one, because this is from your point of view, which is sort of the whole cornerstone of what we're talking about here is personal viewpoints. For you, asking for your consent would instantly drop to 0% attractiveness. That's really, really interesting. And also, I'm not going to say dangerous, but like that a little risky, right? So if somebody asks to come to touch you in any way, shape, or form, aka like, are you a hugger? Are you a hugger? Do you hug? That's asking about consent, right? And instantly you'd be like, no, I don't want to hug somebody who asks if they want to hug. That one's really interesting. I am not on that same wavelength as you, for definite. But it's a really interesting point of view. Only doing outgoing punches today? I hope that's cool. Wait, who's punching who? Oh, right, yes, back in the octagon, I see. Michael, welcome in. Good to see you, dude. What was Spidey playing, by the way? If you've got to run off and go do things, we are going to play the game shortly. I realized that this was going to start an in-depth conversation, and I was like, I'm not going to hide from it. I'm going to see what happens. I'm having a nice time, and I think it's an important question, and why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? It's my channel. I'm having fun. I'm not consenting to be questioned that. Fair play. Don't have to answer anything without your lawyers present. Like the philosophical diversity, indeed. Toki, another interesting but bad situation you have a lot is that your ADHD impulsive emotional state, you sometimes forget that you didn't take the step to ask for consent. Example, in the question hugging someone as hello, your brain goes into dog mode and is like, oh, hello, human! But this too can be trained, indeed. And there is a difference between, like, preference and actual, like, some people find it physically very upsetting to be hugged. Some people just have a preference that they don't want to be hugged. And the fact is that, like, you don't know. And you don't know who's going to be really upset that you've hugged them, and you don't know who's just like, oh, no thanks. Like, and that is a big issue as well. With how sweet you are, I'm sure people recognize that you didn't mean any ill will. How much MDMA is involved? How much you got? Styly, you are a very huggable person, but you've gotten better with age about making sure that it's consensual. You did a lot of self-reflection in that regard in your 30s. Okay. I'm in my 30s, and I'm going through a journey of genuinely, it sounds so fucking wanky, so wanky, but I'm going through a journey of self-discovery at the minute. I am. And some of the things that I'm discovering are stuff that I'm like, oh shit, okay, right, it's time for a couple of tweaks. And some of the things that I'm discovering is like, oh, I'm surprised that I've managed to do that. Hooray. Johnny, having been reserved most of your life growing up, you're fortunate that when you met your girlfriend, it was towards the end of lockdown. You chatted a lot before your first date. When you did meet up, you still followed the social distancing conventions, so you grow more comfortable around each other as things developed. That's really nice. That's really nice. And I'm not saying one way is better or worse, but it is really nice that you had that connection and you could build on that connection first. I think that's really, really nice. What I'm trying to say is I think it's nice. I'd say ask regardless, because you can't assume someone else is attracted to you and they might not be fine with the activity unrelated to attractiveness. Indeed. A bro hug. Is it called a bro hug? I love a bro hug. Deny everything, Baldric. Don't tell him your name, Pike. Toki used to do the slap and half hug, as they call it, with the boys all the time, but you're always happy to get full hug too. So half hug makes you feel, the half hug makes you feel too much like a bro. So you'd say consent is only consent when communicated? In some way, I guess, yeah. I guess. Epic, how you doing, by the way? There's a lot of people who have unusual body language and people who are bad at reading others in general. That's true. Yeah. If you lived in a place completely outside of any normal social interactions, maybe you didn't have TV, so you don't get to watch TV to understand how people interact on TV either. You'd be like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? When do I put my hands? Oh, no! I've fallen from the first hurdle. Michael, big hugger, but the bro hug is great when done for laughs. In middle school, your friends and you did bro hugs with the, okay, now hit me hard on the back, and we don't stop until you hear the bones break. Yeah, Lotus, I like that. I see asking for consent as being mature and respectful. Yeah. The difficulty is with the question, though, for me, is I don't think it's as clear cut as it should be. Anyone else? Like, does everyone else? Am I just on my own here thinking that like attractiveness does play a role in consent when it comes to touch, especially when it comes to like I'm not saying intimate, I'm not saying wanking someone off. Generally, if you get to that point, probably there was some consent involved. Or if there wasn't, okay, you've got some issues there. But like, touch is important to get to know someone, especially if you're into them. So like, attractiveness does genuinely, it's like almost the cornerstone of what consent is about, right? In that case, I'm not talking at this point about like handshakes and hugs and things like that. Like, it's the more sticky situation. I'm trying to get cancelled, Styly. I'm doing my best. I suppose to further the question, RT, does body language define consent? Surely there has to be a way, right? There has to be a way that you can say that body language defined consent. Right? I don't know what that looks like. I can't define that. And that is then a weird-ass grey area, because at that point it's like, oh, I thought you wanted me to touch you. And they're like, no, why did you think that? And I was like, oh, body language? Then, yeah, that's... Realized for a long time that you let people hug you even when you weren't feeling well. Had family that would force you into hugs, and even neighbors. One neighbor actually quit talking to you because you didn't want to hug her. He had a fibro flare. Grown-ass woman in her 60s did that. I think that there is more discourse these days about consent, which is just a good thing anyway. Regardless, right? I don't know how, by the way, I don't know how far up in chat I am, so you guys might be like, Fras, you haven't got to my bit yet. I'll get there. I'm trying to be as even-handed with this one as possible. They renovated your local dunks? Dunks? What's dunks? And why did it need renovating? You've been needing to tell you. It's been the same shitty hole in the wall all your life, and now it's a nice modern hole in the wall. Dunks? Dunkin' Donuts? What's a dunks? I want a renovation. I want my dunks renovated. Hoping the same people are there. Drinks taste the same. Oh, no, okay, it's a very different thing. And sigh, guess it's gonna take some time to adjust. Same people. Yay! Thank you so fucking much for the 3 and the 3.
Hure SWE, thanks for sticking with us, 33 months and counting. Did I stumble into discussions? Nevertheless, here's a double 3. As you were, carry on.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the consent to carry on. Curry, thank you for the 33. How you doing, dude? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to catch up with chat. I'm going to get to the point where I am actually caught up with chat, and then we're going to play the game. So, you know, that I feel like is a good way of ending this conversation, is once I've caught up on everybody, oh, nice, job done, let's play. Attractiveness augments consent in that consent is about whether some action or some person is desirable or not. Yes, Emmy, I'm with you on that one, yeah. And subjective attractiveness, yeah, everybody finds someone else attractive, you know, will make that action more desirable. So attractiveness and consent are heavily correlated and is usually somewhat knowable from body language. Yeah, it's a grey area, but yeah. Verbal consent is obviously best. It also depends on the circles that you're in as well. Yeah, Artie, absolutely. A new friend popping up that's a hugger into a group that is not a bunch of huggers. Oh, God. It's like putting a cat amongst the pigeons. Hope you discover the stuff we all see in you already. Is that a little butt kissy? Oh, is that consent? Butt kissy? Oh, no, I got confused. If someone asks you whether or not you're a hugger, you tend to say no, despite you being a huge hugger. If someone has the guts to hug you, you never were angry or mad to this day, even if you wanted not to be hugged at that moment. You see consent as a super state when not informed about it. Define super state. Does that mean it is both given and not given? Is that like sublime? No, sublime's a different thing. In the ninth circle of hell, anything goes. Beowulf, and that's just you, and that's cool, and I totally get it. I guess the issue when you are in that situation where you're like, I don't that you're like, oh, I don't think that consent should. No, if someone asks for consent, they instantly like lowers the attraction. That is putting yourself on the other side of the fence to consent, saying that, oh no, I don't like consent. I find it awkward. I find it, I don't like it, which is fine for you. That's okay. I guess the issue is that if that then gathers steam, there's a chance that somebody somewhere would be like, oh, well, I don't care about consent, so I'm just going to touch this person. I'm not saying that would be. I'm just saying that there is a risk that if you take that thought and like unfold it and keep on unfolding it, it's like, oh, it could end up in some dangerous territory, I think those flowy circumstances you describe, body language is key, but that entirely depends on if the other person can read body language. Yes. Yes. I mean, there is that classic, that kind of meme where it's like you wake up in a cold sweat in the middle of the night and be like, oh my God, she was 3 years ago. That lady was flirting with me. I have no idea what that means, Epic, but okay. Body language is a really, really difficult one to read. Really difficult. In individual situations. And I'm not saying that flirting means that, oh, we're flirting, so you can touch me. I'm just saying that, yeah, if consent can be done with body language, then you have to be able to understand and read body language. And, like, that's harder. Like, what, a twiddle of the hair? Is that, have you just got a tick? Or are you flirting with me? Have you got a rash? Is that why you're rubbing your chest? In individual situations, it might not be as clear cut, but I would say that it should still be talked about. Yes, to make clear that both or all of the people involved understand what consent means for them and what each one individually needs in communicating it. Spidey, if anyone needs additional reason to ask someone before hugging, especially when it's somebody you don't know very well, they might be... Oh yeah, God, recovering from a broken rib as well. That's a good one. Oh, there was a pillage demi-diabolique. Little pala. Oh, I've just got the Curry's... Curry subscription. I'm getting there. By the time I get caught up with chat, by the way, that's when we're going to start the game, so, you know. Beowulf, even saying yes is hard. If you go down that road, you better have your legal team ready and a contract written out. I don't know. I live in the UK and we're not quite as litigious as I think some countries are. I don't even have a legal team. For example, Toki, you don't need or sometimes even like to be asked for consent in very specific situations with very specific people. But make sure that these people know that verbally communicated consent is like the non-negotiable rule for everyone else. Yeah, because we have this beautiful thing called speech, right? And it can be verbose, or it can be concise, and all of the other words. But it is really important, and it can define so much that means that, like, once you've got the core rules down, you can then understand what, oh, this person to me, they're a hugger, I can hug them, because we've talked about this. This person over here, they're not a hugger, they're a fist bumper, and yada, yada, yada. Just tired, Curry, what you been doing to make you so tired? Fast, chat! Let him not catch up! No, I'm catching! I will not participate in dyslexic self-harm. RT, I mean, when you met Baron, you gave him a hug, and you think it just confused him, probably aroused him, the filthy urchin. Superposition, it is neither given or not given, so it is in a state of unknowing, so surely consent should be known at some point, and that then... Would you be happy with... I don't know whether and this might go down into other rabbit hole, so maybe I cap this one here and be like, okay, let's not explore that particular dank, disgusting hole, but, like, for me personally, if I didn't know that somebody wanted me to touch them, I wouldn't touch them. Because I'm like, well, I don't know. So if it's in a state of not knowing in any way, shape, or form, I'd be like, okay, cool, not gonna touch it. Who didn't flirt? Oh, what, the 3 years ago? Emmy, having said that, your fear of failing to recognize body language means that you just never initiate anything with someone unless they have initiated that with you previously. Yeah, and here's another weird one, right? It's that introvert-extrovert thing. I think there is an expectation that when there's an extrovert somewhere, it's like, okay, well, they're going to do their thing, right? And when it's an introvert, it's like, okay, well, maybe I should double check because there's no guarantee that they're going to speak up and say whether they're into hugs or not. Like, that conversation is more difficult to get out of an introvert. Like, an extrovert would just be like, hey, come over here. I love hugs. Come here. Whereas an introvert might be just sat in the corner being like, oh, why is no one hugging me? Pixie, this reminds you of the episode of Father Ted. At the end, Dougal wakes up. Those women were in the nip! Friendly Kim, if Fras is still catching up, we might as well continue the topic till the hens come home to roost. Bagak! That yes could be coerced. You don't know whether or not the other person giving the verbal consent means actually consenting, or they feel they have to give that consent. Ooh. Or just show how if you pull on those threads, you can do it from both directions. Interesting. That is a weird angle. I mean, I think it's an important angle to be like, okay, well, can you believe someone that gives consent? I would say yes. And the only way that I would say that you can is to have that conversation. I think personally I would be on the side of the fence being like, well, the verbal communication is the solid form. I get what you're saying, that some people can be coerced into it and some people can be, in a inebriated state, and that's a whole other issue, I reckon, is giving consent when you're not in a place that you can give consent. And that it can be a whole, again, that is a fucking big, deep, dark, horrible, disgusting well with a lot of grim stuff on the walls. I was going to specify what was on the walls, and then I realized that no, that would change what I'm trying to describe. Callie, hi! My partner moved in with me last week. So here's another weird one. And I'm gonna admit to it, and I don't know how I feel about admitting to it. I'm more likely to go in for the bro shake for someone who's male presenting and a full hug for someone who's female presenting. Oh, and that's a whole other conversation. And that's me holding my hands up to that one, be like, I feel like there's some personal things going on there. And I don't know. I don't know whether is it right, is it not right? I don't know. I'm not trying to define whether it's right or wrong. I'm just admitting that is definitely a fucking thing that happens in my brain. But yeah. Styler, you're an introvert, but okay with hugs? Yeah. All I'm saying is not that introverts aren't okay with hugs, more that an extrovert would be more likely to clearly and obviously be like, oh, I can read that person because they're an extrovert. It's harder to read an introvert, I think. Don't even get me started on introverted extroverts and extroverted introverts. Bloody hell. Using all these words, definitions, humans. We do like these noises that come out of our faces, right? Failing to recognize body language, yeah. Toki, you're there too. However, mostly to protect the other person from you imposing yourself on them. Considerate extroverting. Interesting. It's too anxiety spiral to get consent and then go, but what if they didn't read? Yeah. It's risky business, I reckon. Go by feeling. starting it and seeing if someone blocks or says no. And surely that is about consent if someone says no. How do you know? Because then the thing is, if you start doing the pulling of the threads, like you say, you can pull it from any angle, and then it's like, oh, but does that no really mean a no? And then that's fucking dangerous territory, right? If you're like, oh, their consent can be coerced, then their non-consent can be coerced, and it's like, okay, well, why don't you just take them at their word? I don't know. VD hug true bros, and the others get the bro hug. Okay. Oh, that's a really good way of putting it. Yep. It's also what other people tend to expect. Yeah, it's like the handshake, right? I think it's social norms, maybe. Merely saying verbal consent isn't clear-cut either, but if you're going down the road that consent has to be cleared beforehand, I feel you better have your lawyers. You love this term, don't you? Again, I don't have lawyers. We don't not a litigious country. There are lawyers. Don't get me wrong. Parasites exist in any system. The person could feel like they have to agree to stuff. I don't know. I think that maybe blows it up a bit, because it's like, surely you should be able to come to an agreement, and that's the point, is being able to converse. Like, I get what you're saying, that sometimes body language and feeling the other person out and seeing where it goes is important, and that's something that can happen. But like, if your viewpoint, the viewpoint of being like, oh, there's no point in having this conversation because we'll never get to the bottom of it unless we've got lawyers present and yada yada yada, sort of glosses over quite a lot of the subtlety of conversation. And I feel like if you're talking about the subtlety of interacting and non-verbal communication, then you can, I don't know, this would be me putting words in your mouth, but I would argue then that there is also subtleties in verbal communication as well that wouldn't need lawyers present, you know? Don't my judges still have that wig? I've been in court twice. Neither time did they have a wig. Bastards. It was the only thing I was looking forward to. Lawyers exist, parasites exist in all systems. Immediately you can see some people packing their lawyer bags. Oh, you feel like cheek kissing would require more consent than it gets. That one's a really interesting one, right? Because that one is definitely a cultural thing as well. There are a lot of cultures out there that are well into like the old cheek kisses, either the one or the two cheek kisses. What cheek though? Oh. No wigs in court? Did you at least ask if they had a merkin? I did, but it didn't help my argument at all, Lou. For some reason, they got very offended. I just want to know, Judge! What's going on down here? Both cheeks, baby, both cheeks. The Dutch even do 3 kisses. One here, and one on your navel. Just really like suck to make sure that he gets a negative pressure sound. Oh, he's affectionate, isn't he? Yeah, I think that there is an argument to be made for like some people just give off the like dog vibe, and I'm not talking no sexual like no, because you know dogs are just like there's absolutely no malice. Sometimes there is malice. I've just said that there's no malice, and then I've instantly retracted that statement. But for like golden retrievers, for example, there's no malice. They're just like, oh hi, ooh, and then they got your their nose in your crotch, and it's like, whoa, hold on, buddy. But they're just excited, all right? And some people are golden retriever people, and their noses are in your crotch, and you're like, oh, okay, all right, here we go. They're at it again. Okay, cool. Okay, right, fine. Can we have a hug now? First and third, same cheek. Don't make our meetup weird, Faye. I need to know these things, you know? Consent is important. Can I kiss your navel? Is all I'm asking. Is that a no? Okay. The only time that you were in court, Nilk, the judge had a wig, but it was just a bad toupee. Body language is questionable, so are words. And a no is a no, no matter how... a no is a no, but then you've just argued that a yes is not a yes. So a no is a no, but a yes could be a no? Questioning the good doesn't imply that you're allowed to question the negative. Did the judge have hell to pay? Since you asked, I do not want you to kiss my navel. Okay, well that's good news. I mean, I'm a little disappointed, but I understand. Just having a picture in your head of men waggling their tails when they meet people. Oh, he likes you. No, it'd be weird if you looked at it, right? That's the only thing that would be weird. You think meeting Fras is going to be... it's going to be... You've met me, Lou. This is the thing. I feel like a lot of people... It's the extroverted introvert part of me. When I'm sat here at a desk in front of screens, I'm like, cool. I can use my my excitement, and I can do this a lot. Yeah, I feel like the worry with that statement, Lou, is that I feel like some people are like, oh, Fras will just like chat. It'll be lovely. Meet up with Fras and he'll be able to talk for hours about anything. And then they meet me and I'm a little bit awkward and shy and don't really understand the conversations. And then I'm like, oh, and then that worries me because I'm like, oh shit, am I not living up to what people want from me? What do you want from me? It's difficult. But I'm glad that you enjoyed meeting me. I enjoyed meeting you, Lou. And we're going to meet again soon. Toku, you have the same thing when people get super weirded out by you being very quiet. Michael, same. You talk in Twitch chat, and in person you're much quieter and shy, very introverted, yeah. Introverts can be chatty. Oh yeah, it's that introverted, extroverted, introvert. And there's a whole, it's almost as if nobody fits one box perfectly. But as humans, we fucking love our boxes. Okay, you belong in this box. There we go, with all of the other people that belong in that box. But please, I don't belong in this box because realistically, all of these people are not me. You stay in that box, you introvert. Putting a load of introverts in a box would be hell. They'd hate it. It'd be very noisy. Introverts can be chatty, but it takes us time. Yeah, for me, I'm with you, Styly. I can be chatty, but weirdly enough, I'm so shit at small talk. I hate it. And you guys know how much I dislike the word hate. I hate the word hate. But I hate small talk. It makes me so upset. If you get me started on any talk, meet me and say, hey, Fras, nice to meet you. Does attractiveness augment consent? Bam. Let's sit down. Let's order a couple of pints and let's talk some shit, man. Let's go deep on this one. However, if we meet for the first time and then it's nice weather we're having. Did you see the game last night? If it's small talk, oh God, it makes me physically upset. Yeah. Isn't the weather just appropriately mild today? Yes. Oh, and also, I mean, I've been talking about this with my therapist. I am allergic to silences as well. So then my brain just goes and just spins up. and like alarm bells start going off, but I have no information to push out of my mouth. So, you know, small talk can honestly end with somebody asking an inane question like, oh, it's nice weather we're having today. It's not even a question, it's more of a statement. And then my brain going, yes. Oh, push something out of your mouth. Oh, I had a big poo this morning. It was quite painful. My leg went numb whilst I was doing it. Oh, damn it, I've done it again. You see that ludicrous display last night? No, I'm so shit at small talk. It takes so much energy for me to do small talk. If your leg goes numb while pooing, consult a doctor. You've been doing it for a while. Styly, I have so few people in my life that I am comfortable being silent with. That's when I know that I've met somebody that I get on with. Inherently. Because I'm like, oh, I can just shut the fuck up around you. This is great. And this is no statement on like perceived worth of people. Like, if I don't get on with you, I'm sure you're fucking lovely, and maybe we're just not the same sort of person. But if I can shut the fuck up around people, somebody, one person, if I can hang out with one person and I can just shut the fuck up, then I'm like, okay, I like you. I like you. It's the people that I meet up with that I can't comfortably be silent with. That it's like I have a rat inside of me that is trying to eat its way out of my chest. Ready, Kitten? You enjoy weather talk? Nice. I mean, I did catch up with chat, but now chat's gone off on one again. It's almost as if we changed topic. You can't do small talk, Michael. You've gotten good at it, but you'd rather have a real conversation or silence. Lou, stopping you talking is the hardest part. Spidey. When in doubt, assume there isn't consent if you ask and they respond in a way that doesn't equate enthusiastic consent, or if they seem to be too drunk. Oh god, yeah, that's a whole other fucking issue, right? Or high to even know what's happening. Best to just not. Yes. Yes. Fun fact. This isn't a fun fact. It's not a fun fact. Do I say it anyway? Because I'll tell you what, this will bring a close to this whole conversation. We can touch base on it later. This wasn't one of the reasons why I ended up in court, but I was the only witness in a rape case once. That was entirely around being too inebriated. So there you go. Should we play a game? Should we? Let's play a game. Yeah, I'm not going to go into the details for that one. But yeah, there you go. That was fun. I'm going to do my lurks. I'm going to sort my lurks out.
Hello.
We had a conversation yesterday about the question, how are you? Not being a good small talk question because it's very personal, so technically it doesn't fall over to the casual talk at all unless you answer very short or pretend. Yeah, the how are you can be like really deep as a question, or it can be just like inane chatter depending on who asks it and how well they know you and the history and this, that, and the other. If you ask it when you really are interested, yeah, there's also that. That's a good point. If I feel like somebody genuinely wants to know how I'm doing, rather than just trying to fill the void between other questions. Candied Bacon, you tweaked your back and you're laying on a heat pad with some medicinal remedies kicking in. Happy to see you streaming. Welcome in. It's lovely to see you. Seraphim, that thought of the day is too deep for you, which is fair play. You keep that rainbow arm rocking. Mike, drop. Did you see that ludicrous display last night, Infinity? Yeah. It's even better to piss someone off. Why are you? Especially if you are complete the question with here. Why are you here? Especially if they're in your bedroom. You invited me! No, I didn't. You invited me with your body language. Oh, God. Oh, no. The Avowed t-shirt again. This is another of the Into the AM shirts. I ask people how they are to read through their thoughts and steal their soul. Hey, damn it, Baines, I read that one out earlier. You get one reading out of a joke. It is a good joke, though. I like it. That's not a chair. This is a chair. Boom. The case of the golden idol. You need to head off to the apotheca. Ciao, ciao, Toki. Have fun. Published by Playstack. Brought to you by, whatever it was. Oh, the Spider of Lanka. Spider Cookie, you still in earshot? You spidered. Have you played this game? Who here has actually played this game? I played this on Tuesday over on GOG, and I really fucking enjoyed it. Me, Stylee. Puddin'. BD, you kind of want to know. Cheers. Look, that was only an hour and 20 minutes. There are different flavors of being silent while being next to someone. People don't usually chat with the person.
They pulled me back in.
Bark system. Oh. Oh no, my beard stole some of my drink. And then proceeded to dump it in my crotch. Different flavors of being silent while being next to someone. People don't usually chat with the person sitting next to them on public transport. Doesn't mean they're best friends. True. That is true. Haven't played it, but you haven't got it wishlisted. It's 40% off at the minute on GOG. Exclamation mark GOG. Streaming for GOG again? I never stopped streaming for GOG. Beowulf, it's just changed. For anybody who that was interested at the start of this year, the GOG.com channel changed the way that the subscriptions work over there, and as a result, I no longer felt like I was, or I still don't. I don't feel like I'm what is the word? I don't feel like I'm being prioritized by the higher ups at GOG, so I'm just not going to prioritize their channel. And that's it. It's not that I dislike the team. It's not that I dislike GOG. It's just that I'm not prioritizing their channel. I'm going to prioritize my channel now because I don't feel like they're prioritizing me. And that's about it. It was a bummer, yeah. So it's just, I'll still stream there, but it's just like maybe once a month I'll stream over there as and when. Because it's quite a good one. Like on Tuesday, it was a good one because I have got a lot to do this week, so it was nice to put out a shorter stream over on GOG, and then I spent the rest of the evening working. But yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer. I'm not going to go into it in too much detail, but it is what it is. It is what it is! Okay. Welcome, friends, to the case of the Golden Idol. Curious case of the Golden Gargler. That's a very different game. So, to catch anyone up on the story so far and the way this game works, here is the game. We have a scene. I knew you were plotting, you snake! Ah! We get a scene and we get to see a snapshot of somebody snuffing it. A snapshot of the snuffing. And we get to click on things and we get to explore what's in the scene. And then, based off of what we click on in the scene, we get a load of words that accrue up down in the bottom section here. And then we use the words that we find in the scene to explain what happened. So, in this scene here, we discovered that Albert Cloudsley pushed Oberon Geller from a cliff in the Horn of Thumb on Monkey Paw Island. That is Albert Cloudsley. Here is upside down Oberon Geller. And, once we filled everything in correctly, we could find out that they camped in the Horn of Thumb. And that's how this game works. We found out that Albert Cloudsley pushed Oberon Geller from a cliff in the Horn of Thumb on Monkey Paw Island. You can tell he was pushed off a cliff as he's upside down. And inside of this packet right here, Oberon's packet, who had a legal right, they did have a lawyer present, probably, at this point. Oberon Geller had rights to 1/3 of all of the valuables and any golden statues found. So Oberon Geller, technically, he had rights to this idol. Speaking of the Horn of Thumb, yeah! Thanks, Spork. I got the horn for you. And I jammed my thumb in it. So yeah, it's a detective game, Beowulf. We are being a detective. It's a similar style in the way that we are seeing a snapshot of somebody's death and then trying to figure out what happened. Different in terms of storytelling, but yeah. Okay, so that's that. We found out that Oberon Geller here had a golden idol because he was off on a expedition with Albert Cloudsley. And Albert Cloudsley, in this picture, in this scene, he seems quite happy about the fact, and then you zoom in and he seems like he's a bit more angry. But, you know, this one, he seems particularly jovial about the fact that he's pushing someone off a cliff. Oh! It's just a prank, bro! Oh, that was definitely non-consensual touch. And because you can tell because of the... Ah! If anyone touches me without consent, that's the noise I make. Just to clarify. So that was the first scene. That's what we discovered. In the second scene... we discovered... Sebastian Cloudsley, so still part of the Cloudsley family, Lord of Blackfield passed away in his bed. The cause of his death was a head wound which occurred when he fell from a horse whilst he was hunting. We discovered that. What year is this? We get to know? 1786. And this was... Again, I'm not sure whether we know. 1742. I might write these down. Because we should be able to, like... Oh, shit. Well, the question of the day has been... sorry, the thought of the day has been going on. You've been doing the next 3 dudes. Still a lot to go. Oh, they are shiny and red. Mal, welcome in. So, hold on. Where's my... There it is. So, scene 1 happened. All right, Golden Idol. Scene 1 was Albert Cloudsley, and that was 1742. Cool. And the Golden Idol was in this scene right here. And it was inside of Oberon Geller's pack. Then, moving forwards, we found out that in 1786... this was Sebastian, right? Fun fact, my mum wanted to call me Sebastian. This is still the first, this is still the notebook that Ananda got me within the first year, I think, of streaming. Plagiarizing my own logo. So yes, in 1786, what's that, 44 years later, Sebastian Cloudsley, Lord of Blackfield, passed away in his bed. The cause of death was a head wound which occurred when he fell from a horse while he was hunting. And then we unlocked this scene. 33 to 86, yes. Where the Cloudsleys, the other Cloudsleys approach. And we have this scene, which is rather confusing. This bloke is on fire! He's seriously on fire! Okay, cool. So, this guy seems to be set on fire from the fact that... What's his name? Willard Wright has the Golden Idol and is pointing the Golden Idol at James over here. And James appears to have been set on fire. So the Golden Idol does some sort... it can attack people. It can at least try to set them on fire. There is a will and testament. The reading of the last will and testament of Sebastian Cloudsley. So, after Sebastian died, there was a reading of the will. And the idol went to Willard Wright. Maybe he had one too many chili peppers. Or I can't stop it anymore! Peter Batley was upset to receive aphorisms in Sebastian Cloudsley's will and ordered Adam Pear and James Pear to take the idol from Willard Wright. Suddenly, James Pear died from spontaneous combustion. So there was more Cloudsleys in this scene. I think this was also in... Yeah, this is the reading of the will and testament, so this has got to be also 1786. So there you are. this is the way that the game works. We need to fill out all of these by figuring out what's going on in each scene. This guy's a lawyer. This lass is a Cloudsley, I think. She's Rose. Oh, she was originally a Cloudsley, but she married and is now Rose Cubert. Nicholas Maker was the lawyer. Edmund Cloudsley is a Cloudsley. David Goran was Edmund Cloudsley's manservant. Willard Wright appears to be some sort of associate. I bequeath to you the golden idol of Xenopolis. You will know what to do with it. Peter Batley is part of the Cloudsley lineage as well. He is son of one of 4 Cloudsleys. So we have Albert Cloudsley, who pushed Oberon off a cliff and stole the golden idol, who had 4 children with Mary, one of which was Sebastian Cloudsley, who got somehow the idol. Sebastian dies from a head injury after falling off a horse, and he has bequeathed the golden idol to Willard Wright. Go back to the scene where he died, and the horse is in the background. Oh, that's a separate scene. So this one is spontaneous combustion. This is the reading of the will of the bloke who fell out of the horse's mouth. I should write down who has the. So Albert had the idol in the first scene. Sebastian had the idol in the second scene. Willard, old Will Wright, has it in this scene. Moving forwards, we get to find out in chapter 4. Wait a minute. What's going on with my eyeballs? Puddin', you want me to click an eyeball? Oh, okay, it gives a better... Fine. While Dr. Oberon Geller was surveying the poor weather with his looking glass, his expedition partner, Albert Cloudsley Esquire, suddenly pushed him off a cliff. While the Lord of Blackfield was hunting, his horse threw him off and suffered a deadly wound to the head. Peter Batley, encumbered by his gambling debts, had placed high hopes on his uncle's testament. Upon discovering that he had inherited nothing but a book of aphorisms, he tore up the will and ordered his servants to take the golden statue from the stranger Willard. Suddenly, one of the servants burst into flames. I'll tell you what, we might as well read this one from here. A man going by the name of Ash Blair crept into Willard's room through the trapdoor to steal something important. But when he opened the music box, it woke Willard up and a fight ensued. In the fracas, Ash stabbed Willard in an attempt to frame an escaped convict. Nice, Toki. Captain Squeaky, welcome, welcome. Normal day in England. Yes, lots of stabbings going on. So, who was it? Ash Blair crept into Willard Wright's room. Willard Wright was the one who had the golden idol beforehand. So Ash Blair crept into Willard's room through the trapdoor. Ash Blair being this bloke right here. Remember, you, as an agent of our trading company, have to reflect its values to the fullest, never be late, be persuasive, be effective. Never take no for an answer, but always put a hat on when told. So, Ash Blair, it seems, Do we have a date for this? I think we do, right? September 9th. Oh. Yeah, we don't know. I mean, Willard is... Sorry, yeah, Willard Wright is, or was, at the start of this scene, was still alive. So it can't be that much later in time, right? September 10th. I don't think we're getting a specific Maurice. My dear Maurice? Maurice Evans. Michael, an hour-long discussion about consent, and the game has the audacity to say, never take no for an answer. So I don't think we get the date for this one. No. Which leads us to Chapter 2. Well, this is Chapter 2, The Cursed Inheritance. Welcome, dudes. I have not got to the bottom of what happened in this scroll. We're in a big-ass house. Here's the front. Is the entry hall. Upstairs is the dining hall. We have the study and the servants' quarters. And the kitchen. I have discovered everybody's names. So, again, this is still the same time frame. Because, well, prior to being killed, by being poisoned probably, it looked like Rose Cubert was still alive. Rose Cubert being the daughter of Albert Cloudsley, who stole the Golden Idol in the first place. We need to find out. Somebody wanted somebody dead, and thus somebody poisoned something and hid the necessary key in a something. At the dinner party, somebody ingested the poison and died. So the question is, who wanted, who dead, and who actually died? We now know everybody's names. We've discovered that who died is Rose Cubert, so we can go boink, boink. Edmund Cloudsley was there. Peter Batley. So Rose Cubert, Edmund Cloudsley, and Peter Batley. These are all part of the Cloudsley lineage. We have Mary and Lothar Richards. They were there. Brian Walker was one of the servants. So was Lucia Smith, Ada Baker, and Lil Pip. So these are all the servants. These are some dinner guests. These three are in fact the Cloudsley lineage. Peter Batley appears to be blaming one of the servants quite vehemently. You killed my aunt, you devil! I should execute you on the spot! Oh my lord, this has nothing to do with me. Okay. These coats sure are fine, says Lil Pip. Lil Pip of the well-known Pip family. So, little by little, we need to piece everything together. We have a dinner table. At the dinner table, we have various states of people's food. I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm assuming that everybody got served the same dinner. Someone sit. Ow! 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 Son of a. Ow! Thanks, Faye.
Don't answer that. A rhetorical question.
Thank you, Styley. I'm going to poke him back. Hang off. Sod you. I'm going out on a limb here, and I'm saying that I think everybody had the same meal, which means that technically This person ate the steak already. This person ate the steak already. This person didn't really eat anything. This person did eat the steak already. And this person ate the salad already. Partially eaten piece of roast. Partially eaten piece of roast. Partially eaten salad. Untouched salad. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it literally tells me. Partially eaten salad. Partially smoked cigar. So somebody's got a cigar at the table. Now, if we go downstairs, then we know that Pip was asked to go get cigars. Run into the city and grab me some Ash Blair tobacco. Remember, Ash Blair was the dude who killed Willard Wright and possibly stole the Golden Idol. The Golden Idol went from Oberon back in 1742. It was stolen by Albert Cloudsley. It was then bequeathed to Sebastian Cloudsley, his son. It was from Sebastian when Sebastian died. It was then bequeathed to Will Wright. Sebastian's... we don't know. Will Wright was then killed by Ash Blair, and the assumption here is that the Golden Idol was stolen from Willard Wright. Anyway, David asked Pip to go get some tobacco, so I'm assuming, and a bottle of gin. I'm assuming that the person that was smoking is David. So we can assume this is David. So we have over here... oh, wait, hold on. No, David's not in this scene. You know what? We have even more to investigate. I needs must investigate. Down into the lazarette we go. For I need to pull Dinner Miniax's log. How you doing, Dinny? Dinny, Minnie? I can confirm, Miniax, you have had 2 mod actions. Both of which have been Ananda timing you out. So I don't know what's going on between you and Ananda. In 2019, you were timed out for 600 seconds. And then I think that was an accident. Because you were then instantly untimed out. Possibly, Miniax, possibly. You naughty girl. I'm going to scroll back through. I'm scrolling through your log as we speak. I'm in 2024 now. Let's find out if you were around this time last year and what we were talking about. What we were talking about. Oh! Who are we shagging? Yes. Great-grandma. Perfect. Oh shit, what happened to your arm? Yes, I was using a sling last year a lot to try and stop myself from using my left arm. So yes, we were this time last year, we were shagging great-grandma. A true story. I clearly brought up a picture of the poops at some point. The popsicle. You were very excited about the fact that I'd got my blood flow going. Let's have a look. I'm going to go all the way back. Because the good thing about you, Miniax, is, you know, you don't talk as much as you used to in this channel. I don't know what I did to offend you. But it does mean that I can scroll back far into the annals. I don't differentiate many, you know? As long as somebody's popped out of someone else, I'm into it. I've scrolled all the way back to December 2021. Something had happened to Ananda. Yikes. At least you're home safe now. On the 21st of November, in fact, 2021. Ananda had got home safe. We don't know what that would have been about. Just come up north. I've had an invite up north. Oh God, NookCon when? Ah, those were the days. Miniax is here because you thought of my huge balls. You were thinking of my huge balls and then you stopped by my stream. Thanks. You know, it's really nice. It's really nice to know. You were saying that I was the calmest flower. I'm a daffodil. Already getting wet for Wednesday. Caught out again. Is that the only time you ever come by my stream? That's fair. Well, apparently we were talking a lot about moving north because it's cheaper. Swampling ass! We had a good chat about swampling ass. And then you called me captain, but I'm not a captain, I'm an admiral. God damn it. So there you go. Maniacs, I have pulled your log. Pilla-palla! With the exact, on the nose, 2,500 days. Swampling stew! Swampling stew! You were also calling Kent police on me at some point. So that's mean. And then, at 11:45 at night, on the 15th of March, 2021. That's a little over 4 years ago, Miniax. You asked if we could make love. And I've never forgotten that. There you go, I've pulled your log! Fucking swampy. That's quite the saga. Welcome. We're trying to solve the curious case of the golden shower. No! Golden idol. As it stands, we've got a few things that we need to figure out. Somebody wanted somebody dead, and thus somebody poisoned the something and hid the necessary key in a something. At the dinner party, Rose Cubert ingested the poison and died. We know that it was Rose Cubert because Rose Cubert is dead. There she is. RIP. You don't understand the thought of the day. Yeah, the thought of the day, I did intentionally make it a bit vague because it's quite a hot button topic. We spent about an hour and 20 minutes at the start of the stream going over it, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but the basic idea is, no, attractiveness shouldn't affect consent in any way, shape, or form. Anchor or welcome in. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. Consent should be always, you know, a constant. But if there's somebody that you find attractive that comes up to you and maybe touches you, because you're dancing. And then you dance together. Maybe you were already thinking, oh, I really hope that they come over and dance with me and touch me. And then no consent is given in that case. And you're happy with this. And then someone else comes over that you don't find attractive. And then they dance with you and they touch you. But you don't find them attractive and you don't want them to touch you, so you say no. In both cases, technically, consent should have been given. I think we can agree with that. It should have been given. But in one case, it was implied that it was okay because you found them attractive. Maniacs, yes, you're definitely... I mean, arguably, that's all consent is. It's not. That's boiling it down to a way too simple point. But arguably, consent is a lot to do with attractiveness. Perceived attractiveness. Me and somebody else. As in, like, to use me as an example, like, if I find one person attractive, and that doesn't have to do with looks, that could be personality, that could be any number of things. Bank account, you know. There you go. Does attractiveness augment consent? I think it does. I don't think it should. But yeah, we went on a deep chat. Exactly, Maniacs. It wasn't given, so it's not okay either way. I'm with you on that one. If you find someone attractive, you're less likely to voice your disapproval. Or, you know, there's a chance that you're like, oh, they're actually touching me, and although we haven't talked about consent, I'm like, oh, this is actually what I wanted. Super fucking grey. Shouldn't be. But I think it is a surprisingly grey question. Find them attractive, maybe you're less likely to voice disapproval, and that's where the confusion is coming from. I don't think that it augments it, it's just that if you find someone attractive, you won't want to tell them off for to savor that relationship. Not augmentation, per se. Yeah, the augmentation as a word is like, I don't know. I'm trying to keep it. I was trying to keep it wishy-washy because it's a bit of a hot button conversation, you know. Consent is very much important. And I've gone through the thoughts of the day previously have been things like, are eyelashes facial hair? I thought I'd go with something that's a little bit more like on the nose. I'd be like, all right. This was testing my boundaries and testing chat's boundaries as to whether we can have a civil discussion about something that's actually quite fucking important. So yeah, maybe the question, the wording of my question, or the wording of the thought, in fact, wasn't the best, but that's specifically because I was like, oh, this is gonna throw a fucking cat amongst the pigeons. Because I don't think there's many people that would argue against the fact that it shouldn't change. It shouldn't change. Consent should be consent. Should be consent. Should be consent, regardless, and it should be given and accepted, and that's how you move forwards and excellent, regardless of how that happens. But the issue is verbalizing some consent when somebody that you find attractive comes up, and you're like, no, could you have? I would like you to ask me first. Anyway, so there's that question. Where do you stand on it? Do you think? And like I say, this is a discussion. It's not me trying to dictate anything in any way, shape, or form. It's a discussion. Where do you stand on it? Do you think that attractiveness, being attracted to someone, augments how much you would tell them off for not using consent? Like actively seeking consent over touch and things? Cyber breasts with laser guns, the best kind of augmentation. Fair play, Denny, fair play. Now, I have to find out where everyone was sat at this table where Rose Cubert died. Once I've discovered where everyone was sat, we can work backwards, I guess, and find out what was eaten. And if we can find out what was eaten or what was drinking, we will then be able to find out what was poisoned. How attractive they are. How attractive I am. Yeah, no, I'm super attractive, so I always, you know, it happens a lot. People just come up to me all the time, wanting to touch me. So, you know, I get a little numb to it. So we have in the kitchen Lucia Smith and Ada Baker. Thank you, dear. No, I threw it out. I do not read such dirty literature anymore. Oh, wait, no, the conversation started over here. Of course, I can give you some candles for your room, Lucia. I assume you're still itching to continue reading that scandalous novel. Thank you, dear. No, I threw it out. I don't read such dirty literature anymore. I do hope our master's guests are satisfied and that Brian served everything as instructed. On that note, you're going back to a report writing. Is it going to be a report on who killed who at the dinner party? You go lurk. Thank you very much for being here. The thing is that if something happened without consent, but you have given it if asked, it's still wrong. Exactly. If you were going to give it when asked, but nobody asked. Damn. The dinner party will take place on April 8th. Everything should be ready before noon. Prepare roasted boar. Young Ms. Richards appears to not enjoy meat. Young Miss Richards does not enjoy meat. Ms. Richards, no meat. No meat for Richards. So therefore prepare some alternative side dish. So we can officially say that Ms. Richards would not have been served up any sort of meat. So she was either sitting here or here. Holy moly, it's my father! Can I get some love for my actual real-life father?
Super Submariner, Tier 3 Retrovert. 91 months holding us together. Well worth a celebration. The new computer is running.
The new computer is up and running! Super Submariner with the 91 months! Thank you so fucking much. Father! Big love. It's a report on the state of play within one of the teams. Thankfully, no murders yet, but it's a yikes. Oh, good lord. I look forward to finding out the report. Throw a murder in there. Keep people more interested. It could be that an attractive person is also the subject of stuff, since maybe people can't keep their hands off them. You should write in a Chekhov's gun when the leadership visits. There's a gun! It needs to be used. So, Ms. Richards, it's probably an assumption. I mean, it is an assumption. But I feel like she's probably going to be sat here. She's not going to have the Pepto-Bismol or whatever it was. The cloudy liquid. Yeah, peptic tonic. We got lemonade, peptic tonic. I'm going to go ahead and say that I think Mary Richards, as somebody that did not want meat. What's the deal with the guy with the fork next to Fras's arm? He just really wants to eat my bicep. But I haven't let him yet. Mary Richards. I'm saying Mary Richards is sat here with a partially eaten salad. At the top of the table, we have an untouched salad, which implies that somebody was eating the meat, maybe? Eating the meat and didn't touch the salad yet. Partially eaten piece of roast. And it looks like the salad was also partially eaten. Here is also a partially eaten salad with a cigar next to it. People are going to eat in, different speeds. Trouble, Mrs. Sub is package. It's a late night fishing out. Oh, it's a late night fishing night. Oh, you're getting some fish and chippies? Are you getting a takeaway? Either way, Super Submariner, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the 15 pieces of 8 in the treasure tracker. Today we're at 18. If we get to 99, we spin a wheel to say thank you, because that's a living wage. Or fish and chippies. So there are 4 dinner guests. No, 5. Rose, Edmund, Peter, Mary, and Lothar. Then there are the servants. Brian Walker, Lucia Smith, Ada Baker, and Little Pip. There's like a cheeky little bag. Oh, Miniax, you beauty! Will you make love to me?
Dear Miniax, thanks for sticking with us. 70 months and counting.
Thank you so much
Go on then.
for these 70 months. Key in a bag. Not the coloured keys either. Can I get some love for Miniax coming in here with the 70 months? BXT, welcome in. Ahoy, hoy. We have a bag hidden behind some climbing vines on the outside of the building. In the bag that is hidden behind the climbing vines, or maybe they're hanging vines, I don't know. Either way, they're vines. Possibly not vines at all, I don't know, all right? Stop getting on at me about whether these are or are not vines. Fact is that there's some shrubbery. Super Sub's here. Miniax is here. There's retro pirate music playing. Fras is puzzling. Peak RetroVution vibes. Oi, oi, Savaloy. It's 2018 all over again. It's the before times. The world hasn't forever changed. What do we have here? Star Child by Raulo Cthulhu. Some candles. He's doing some wax play. Remember to take the 4th one from every row. We're family. Oh yeah, the channel is obviously family friendly. Ink pot. 2 shillings and 2pence. Oh, candles for folks. So we've got to find out who wanted who dead, and thus somebody wanted somebody dead, and thus somebody poisoned the something and hid the necessary key in a something. So something got poisoned. If it was the wine, they would have had to have the heart-shaped key, not a heart-shaped box. If it was the water or the meat or the vegetables or the lemons or the bread, they would have had to have the pentagonal lock key. Mrs. Smith, 3 years of service, and she gets an ornamental cow jug. Do we reckon 3 years of service is the longest amount of service? Oh, hold on. David. Okay, wait. Ash Blair Tobacco. A set of lockpicks. Suspicious. A pistol, a dagger. David, clean up the barn until Wednesday. I plan to continue experimenting with the artifact. David is one of the helpers? No. Interesting. So there is a note in this room that appears to be addressed to David. The thing is, this could be written... Well, EC, that's Edmund Cloudsley, right? Edmund Cloudsley, who is the Lord of the Manor. There's no guarantees that this wasn't like a stolen note. We could arguably say that this room is where David sleeps, but the thing is, that would then not really give us enough rooms for all of the hired help. I move myself out of the way. Oh no, maybe it does. Maybe it does. Because we have Lil Pip lives in the attic above the kitchen. And then we have 4 full rooms. But if we take Little Pip out of the equation, then we've got Brian, Lucia, and Ada. So maybe we can say that David is also sleeping in one of the servants' quarters. Am Mademoiselle, the laceless count, the besmirching lover of Lusitania. Alright. Kind of feels like this is, you know, the lady doth protest too much. Of course, I can give you some candles for your room, Lucia. I'm assuming you're itching to continue reading that scandalous novel. So, this lass, I've forgotten her name. Ada. Ada has candles and is willing to give them to Lucia. This doesn't have candles. This does have candles, so I'm thinking... And are you also Mrs. Smith? 3 years of service? No, Lucia has... We found a note saying... no. Here's the idol. I don't know how we got the idol back. I guess we stole it. God, where is it? Mrs. Baker's starting date was 1787. We don't have a context. Peptic tonic. Sensitivity of your stomach. Where is the note? I definitely found a note about where all of the hired help sleeps. Revolution is coming for crooked bastards like you. Oh, so hold on. If these are being written, or at least they're being read right now, we can tell that that's 1788. So this is 1788. The time that we are currently inhabiting with this scene is 1788. March, April time. Was it a personal note in one of these? Remember every 4th row. Ah! I will not change the rule that the staff member who has worked here the longest gets the bottom room. I feel like we need a detective emote. I mean, we've got but yeah, I think you're right. Go on. Chuck it in mod reminders. At me. It's been a while since I've made my face into an emote. So, I will not change the rule that the staff member who has worked here the longest gets the bottom room. So we can figure out who lives in the bottommost room if we can find out who has stayed, has been here for the longest. Someone has a smutty book. A full Sherlock Holmes outfit. What do we have here? You seem pretty pleased after the old boy passed away, and a spot freed up for you in the House of Lords. Revolution will come for the likes of you, you crooked bastard. Once more, you have failed to answer the requisition. This is the last warning that you will receive. Your transgressions against us demand amends. The only course of action you have is to surrender yourself to our justice. I hear you're interested in Lady... I fucking love this dude. He's an absolute twat. I hear you are interested... So this is his nephew. Dear uncle, I hear you're interested in Lady Richards. I think you are too old for her. I shall court her instead. Secondly, please lend me £300. It is a small change to you, and I am desperately in need of it at present. Yours, Peter Batley. Fraslock. Poirot. Oh yeah, Poirot mustache either. Twiddling. Peter's such a cad. Oh, Platinello. Ideal Republic. Visions of a utopia with order and structure. Secret codes. Can I open this one up? No. Can we open up secret codes? Yes. We are given a cipher. A simple cipher. Money has changed hands. And then we do see a note. Remember to take every 4th one. Remember to take the 4th one from every row. So maybe there's a... What's the... Pleased boy. Freed lords. Those have... with dare. Probably not that one. Come of bastard in your hair. No, also there isn't a 4th letter. Have is receive us. That doesn't work either. I mean, it's not going to be Peter Batley, right? He's an absolute twat. No way is he clever enough to do any ciphers. Are you shall? Me, small. Desperately. Well, that doesn't work. Let's violent feel are her and beguile in ship. That made the most out of everyone's. Oh shit, wait, hold on. Didn't this guy have a note in his pocket? Note to self, if you get frustrated when working, remember the tale about the rich lord who married his donkey, and you will feel better. Frustrated tale. Lord and... Nope. Ensure that the beautiful lady sits next to me during dinner and I will slip you a shilling. Peter. Fucking dick. Such a dick. This guy had some notes on him. So this is Twatface McGee, who has told his uncle that he's too old to court that lady, so he will court her instead. And he's also slipped the servant a shilling in order to get her to sit next to him at dinner. He's got a pack of cards, he's got a fork and £2. Oh shit, we know where he was sat. We know exactly where he was sat because he's picked up his fork. He's the only one who's currently brandishing, unless he picked it up from the person next to him, but probably not. Peter Batley was, in fact, sat next to Mary Richards. Yeah, we have 1 shilling. We've got 1 shilling in the pocket, which means that this fellow was definitely sat next to T'other. At least he didn't slip the servant something else. I mean, maybe he was trying to kill the servant. No. You can do that? Now, where do I get a shilling from? That's the issue these days. Not finding the beautiful woman or the dinner party, it's the finding the shilling. Somebody was having a cigar. Two people were having Pepto-Bismol. Except it's not Pepto-Bismol, is it? Peptic tonic. Isn't he the one that received the note and the shilling? Yes, this is the fella. My lord, this has nothing to do with me. This is the fella that received the note saying, I will give you a shilling from Peter and a shilling. So Peter definitely gave him the shilling, which means that Peter was sat next to a beautiful woman. And this is his aunt, so probably wasn't talking about his aunt. Probably talking about this lass here. This is horrible! With the heaving bosom. So we found two, well, I'm pretty sure we found two people's places at the dinner table. Empty glass, drunk from, the brandy has been drunk. So what we need to do is basically, if we can fill out where everybody else was sat, we can find out where Rose Cubert was sat, and then we can figure out what she ate and drank. Once we figured out what Rose ate and drank, we can start narrowing down what got poisoned. Christian, you're attracted to people playing games. Well, you're welcome. Thanks for being there over on the YouTube side. Appreciate it. What's the extra green thing on the left-hand side of the table? Cigar, I think. Partially smoked cigar. Yes. Partially smoked cigar. Partially eaten salad. Partially empty glass of red liquid, probably red wine. Same as these over here. Amber liquid, I think, was brandy. We have cloudy liquid, which is peptic tonic. So I think we can officially say, because we have this conversation in here. Not conversation. We have 2 sealed bottles of peptic tonic. And a note, more than likely to the Lord of the Manor, saying, due to the sensitivity of your stomach, I advise abstaining from alcohol for the next month. Also consider a glass of peptic tonic before eating to avoid upsetting your digestive system. So, Lord of the Manor, abstaining from alcohol. This is if he listens to his doctor, of course. We can assume that he does, but that's... who really does that? You, clearly, because everyone should. Peptic tonic, no alcohol, in theory. So we have clear liquid. So obviously he's on the vodka. Now we don't have vodka, we only have water. Brandy is amber. Wine is red. Probably lemonade is yellow. And the cloudy is peptic tonic. So assumptions can be made that this is the Lord of the Manor and he's having a salad. Maybe he already ate the red meat, but he's got water and peptic tonic. Possibly he hasn't started eating yet because he hasn't actually drunk the peptic tonic. If he is listening to his doctor has said that you have the peptic tonic before you eat. And yeah, it's a good shout. Like, he's sitting at the head of the table. He's the Lord of the Manor. So let's go with it. Edmund Cloudsley. Question is, we've got 2 positions here and here. Now, we could go down the assumptive route that cigars are kind of a male thing, so Rose might, or probably wasn't, having a cigar. That's hugely assumptive. We don't know anything about Rose. Maybe she smokes 6 cigars a day. Lou, I have such a good storytelling expositional voice. Oh, Lou! You're going to get an extra hug. Consensually. Consensually. So yeah, these last 2 places here. Now, arguably, if I was making this game, right, I'd want to make it as complicated as possible to solve. So it makes sense that the person that has the most amount of food, partially eaten piece of roast, also what looks like a partially eaten piece of salad, also the peptic tonic, also the red wine. This red wine is in 3 different places. I'm putting it out there. This shouldn't really be part of my thought process. Shouldn't, but it's a game, right? And if I was making this game, I'd probably make it so that the person that died had the most amount of things eaten. So this is probably where Rose was sat. That shouldn't really factor in. Let's face it, that shouldn't be the case, but I think it probably is. Smash! What up, dude? Which leaves Lothar Richards sat over here. Oh, we did it! We got a green, baby. We got a green. Everything is filled in correctly. Peter, Mary, Edmund, Rose, and Lothar were sat at the table. So, somebody wants somebody dead, and thus somebody poisoned the something and hid the necessary key in a something. And then at the dinner party, Rose ingested the poison and died. We don't know who wanted who dead. Here's the thing. It could be that Edmund... Oh, Edmund, do I hold here in my mortal hand a nugget of purest green? It could be that Edmund wanted Mary dead, and that all went horribly wrong. Pudding wants everyone dead. Of course you do. I always knew that about you. So, I think we're going to find a... Oh, hold the fucking phone. Wait. Down in here is a syringe. I thought there might have been a note with a syringe, but there isn't. But there is a syringe with some liquid left in it. Why would there be a necessary key? Because all of the foodstuffs are kept locked away. So wine and brandy is kept behind a heart-shaped key. Bread, lemons, water, flour, potatoes, vegetables, and meat, big meat, kept behind the pentagonal key. Down with parasites. Too long have they feasted on our blood and sweat. I mean, that seems like literature that would be used to... Oh, what's the word? Oh, come on, brain. I've used this word several times recently, and I can't bloody well remember it. When you are, like, actively coerced into, like, extremism. What's the fucking word? Rebel? Mutiny? No. There's a specific word for... Radicalized! That's the fucker. Yes. Thank you, Faye. He's too loquacious for his own good. But yeah, this looks like literature designed to radicalize someone against the, like, ruling class. So maybe whoever lives in this room wanted the Lord of the Manor dead? Possibly. Sealed pot, labeled print paint. We have ink, £1, 2 shillings. The Wise Slave, fables about rulers that make you think. Dear Diary, this has been an ordinary day, mostly spent in preparation for tomorrow's dinner event. Preparation? Preparation for what? Preparing the poison? I do believe the time has come for me to ask for a raise in salary after all these years I've loyally worked here. Possibly this person was upset by not getting a raise in salary. And then they decided to poison the Lord of the Manor. It is a difficult conversation to be had, but I will strengthen my will and talk to my master about it tomorrow. So I guess that's an argument that whoever lives in this room wanted to kill the Lord of the Manor over the fact that they believe that they deserve more money, and also possibly that they've been radicalized against the ruling class. In this room here, the next one up, which I think is David's room. So there's this person that is not part of anything in here. Like, there is a person that does not exist in any of these scenes, but is mentioned in some of the conversation, which is this David Goran, who appears to be doing some research or something in the grounds. But I think that's where he lives, because we've got this note that is addressed to David. Dave Gorman. Life's good, or something like that. Oh, and then we got this pillow? Is this the only pillow that's got stuff in it? Yeah. It is most definitely, without a doubt, the radicalized little Pip. Modern Life is Goodish, that's the one. A pair of twig dolls and a bottle of pink liquid partially empty. Pretty sure most pillows have stuff in them. All right, let's see your fucking sass. All right, you come up in here, you bring your community into this channel with a lovely raid, and then you give me this back chat. Once your target has ingested the love potion, establish eye contact and hold it for as long as possible. Unfortunately, I can't read the rest of the thing now. I can't do that thing where I can move my eyes in different directions. In most cases, the effects will be felt within 2 days, depending on your own appearances. I love it. I fucking love that. Such snake oil. By the way, if you're not attractive enough, they won't consent anyway. Oh, we've gone full circle. A pair of twig dolls and a bottle of pink liquid. It feels like, I feel like this has been stitched in. Or, oh wait, no, there's like a little break in the pillow, so possibly somebody's like stuffed these in somebody's... I think one of the servants loves another one of the servants and is trying to make them love them back. Okay, some people have candles, some people do not have candles. Bottom room has candles. Top room has candles. This is the only remaining room that doesn't have candles. Second one from the top. And this lass is telling this lass that she has candles. So I think I'm going to go ahead and say that this lass right here is second to top. Because she doesn't have any candles. And why would she be asking for candles if she had candles? Right? Of course you can have some candles for your room, Lucia. I assume you're itching to continue reading that scandalous novel. Thank you, dear. No, I threw it out. I do not read such dirty literature anymore. Do hope our master's guests are satisfied and that Brian served everything as instructed. See, that seems a little suspicious as well. Brian served everything as instructed, because it's like, oh, what have you got? Why do you want everything served as instructed? Lass! More simple key. Pentagonal key? This has got to be a room key, right? All of the servants seem to have room keys. Oh, hold on. I have to use this letter to share good news. There is no substance in the claims that your late husband used his position to squander church money. The judge has decided to remove all accusations, and you will be no longer a target of baseless gossip. I truly and sincerely hope that this will provide some comfort in these dark times when ignorance and impudence go hand in hand. May our Lord steward over poor souls. One, two, three, four. Use substance to remove target. Sincerely, dark and steward. The dark hand. Wait, the dark hand is a thing, right? That was one of these letters in here. The final vanguard. Brotherhood of masks. Ah, yes, we've got you. It's her. Use substance to remove target. Sincerely, Dark Hand Steward. The game is afoot! Brotherhood one mentioned the steward. Okay. Ada, wherever you sleep, that's going to be key. So, it was you who wanted to kill someone. Ada Baker wanted somebody dead. We don't know who the target is yet, but the Brotherhood wants somebody dead. Now, the chances are that considering that the Brotherhood... no, that's Final Vanguard. No. Once more, you have failed to answer our requisition. This is the last warning you will receive. Your transgressions against us demand amends. The only course of action you have is to surrender yourself to our justice. Last chance for repentance, serpent, or we will unleash one of our stewards upon you. And that was months ago. This is January, and we're in March in the game. So, I mean, that seems quite cut and dry. They wanted Edmund Cloudsley dead. The Brotherhood wanted to kill Edmund Cloudsley. Oh, but then did someone else do the poisoning? Ada Baker? Oh, wait, hold on, no. The Dark Hand Vanguard. We literally have it. Dark Hand Vanguard wanted Edmund Cloudsley dead, and thus, she didn't actually want him dead. She was being used as a pawn, right? Dark Hand Vanguard. That's fun. Oh wait, no, Dark Hand Steward. Dark Hand Steward. Brotherhood of Masks. We will unleash one of our stewards on you. Yeah. Brotherhood of Masks? Where have I got Dark Hand from? Oh, I know where I got Dark Hand from. It was Pip's comics. Monkey Man versus Striped Dark Hand. And Monkey Man 2, tooth for tooth. Forsooth, a tooth. Maybe Pip doesn't sleep at... Nah, this has got to be Pip, right? Who would be reading Monkey Man 2, tooth for tooth? If not, Lil Pip. This is suspicious as hell that there is a little bag tied behind the foliage on the outside of the building that has two keys. One is a key blank, I think, and one is cut in this shape. Notch, 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 notch. Keys. Blue. Blue key. Notch, 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 notch. Which is this one. Peptic tonic. Fucking hell. It's peptic tonic. They poisoned the peptic tonic. Because look, Edmund Cloudsley did not drink his peptic tonic. A full glass of cloudy liquid, untouched. However, a partially empty glass of cloudy lake poisoned the peptic tonic. They poisoned the peptic tonic, and they poisoned it by having the key to the safe where the peptic tonic was stored. Poisoned the tonic. And hid the necessary key in a bag. Which, to my assumption, means that I believe that the longest-serving member of the house is Brian Walker, so therefore he lives in the bottom room, leaving Ada Baker in the top room. If this is correct, as I let go of the word Baker, this empty slots should turn into everything is filled in correctly. Yes! How dare they mess with someone's stomach acid? A dark... No, this I'm not sure about. Dark Hand Steward. No. Monkey Man Steward? No. Final Vanguard? The revolution will come for the likes of you, you crooked bastard! Soon you will pay for your sins against the honest common folk with your blood! From, sincerely, Final Vanguard. Calico, for you it all boils down to how you feel at the time. If you're not in a good mood, it doesn't matter how attractive they are. Sorry, Mum called, they were planning stuff. Fair play. Well, I guess mood reflects how you're feeling in terms of attraction, maybe. It's, yeah, interesting. I'm going to bottle you if you don't knock it off, Johnny. I don't know what that was about, sorry. So here's the Golden Idol. That's a letter between brother and sister. Brother and sister. So is it the Final Vanguard? The wax seal is a star. No, this is the Brotherhood of Masks. But their seal is a dark hand. Maybe I was right with my initial assumption. Okay, I'm going to say Dark Hand Steward. Wanted Edmund... no, that doesn't work as a scanning... Like it would be a Dark Hand Steward, right? Why do I have George Bridges here? Sod it. I'm going to say Dark Hand Steward. Wanted Edmund Cloudsley dead, and thus Ada Baker poisoned the tonic and hid the necessary key in a bag. At the dinner party, Rose Cubert ingested the poison and died. Boom! I got so excited then, I farted just a little bit. That might be too much information. I don't think it was loud enough to be caught on microphone, but, you know, honest, clear communication is key. Thanks, Dad. Excellent banana. Dark Hand Steward from the letter that Ada had. Oh, yes, of course, Faye, of course. There was just an audio delay. The scroll has been fulfilled. Ada Baker received an encoded instruction from the Dark Hand Steward to poison Edmund Cloudsley. She used her ability to move freely throughout the rooms while cleaning and made a copy of the key to the medicine cabinet. She used a syringe to poison a sealed peptic tonic bottle. However, during the party, Rose asked for tonic and drank it first and died from the poison! So, in this case, Edmund had gained access to the Golden Idol again. You really need to go to bed, but you have a cat on you and you'll miss her. Clearly, you need to stay with Cat. Clearly. They're not allowed in the bed because they'll choke you, and Rosie will scratch the curtains. You glossed over the fact that she copied the key. Do the prongs and the key in the bag match the blue key? Yes, that's how I figured out where she slept. Blue lock goes with blue key. Notch, 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 notch. So downstairs, the key, notch, 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 that was hidden in a bag. That's how I figured out that she slept in this room. Chapter 2, The Cursed Inheritance, The Explosive Events in the Forest Cabin. Falling Link, did you hear about the privateer who stole your car from you? He was the pirate of the car I be in. That's all you get. Sounds like poor planning on the home design. Kitty cuddles are more important than mangy curtains. Oh, a horsey! It's a Burkham horse. No, house. And this horse is from Burkham Workhouse. It's a Burkham Workhouse horse. Right, what the f have we got in this scene then? I personally think the horse did it. Whatever happened, alright? I'm laying my claim right now, the horse did it. Anything can be a bed if you're tired enough. Even a plate of mashed potatoes based on personal experience. Have you slept in mashed potatoes before? Everybody knows Spider loves mashed potatoes! Those are very guilty horse eyes. Look, we all know that horses will stamp their front left hoof rhythmically when they are guilty of murder. Henchman for hire in Timberbrook region. Billy Cracker, Oakwood Gang, Brawler, Robber. Hardy Abe, Burkham Workhouse, Brawler, has a cart. Probably this one. Lil Billy, not Lil Pip. Maybe he changed his name. Hobbs Gang, burglary, enters through chimneys. Jack Nails, Timberbrook Inn, burglar, picklock. You fell asleep in mashed potatoes as a child? Freaked out your kindergarten teacher? Oh my god, someone's poisoned the mashed potatoes! This poor child! We need a detective here, stat. Box of confectionery. Oh, various hats! She's got her own curtains to scratch. There's a neat row where they are no longer blackout curtains. Okay, we have many different hats. Pictures of many different hats. Oh, it's her again. We know who this is. Oh dear. What is going on? There appears to be a dead man over here. On top of some sort of straw thing? Strawman? A scarecrow in a wooden coffin. The man is breathing but appears to have lost consciousness. We do know what this man, who this man is though, from the previous chapters. Do not care what means you use to acquire what I need, but remember to be discreet as always. Note that I do not want it too decayed. The more recently it has died, the better. E.C., possibly Edmund Cloudsley. One of the old workhouse geezers croaked yesterday. I'll arrange for the cart to move the corpse if you can send me directions. Be quick. before I bury him. I do not want to dig up that stiff. The key to not digging up stiff is to just don't touch yourself beforehand. 5 shillings and threepence. A loaded pistol. Back to the horse. What else we got? She sneezed on you twice! Must be your lucky day. Ah, by the gods! What was that? Gentleman robber strikes in Westbrook. The infamous gentleman robber Walter Keane. Put this. This is a full name, so I'm going to put this down here. With a number of unnamed associates, held up a coach on the southern road leading out of Westbrook. The scoundrel robbed their passengers of all their valuables, kissed a young lady, the fiend, then left. This is already the 5th robbery by the infamous gentleman, who, as is custom, appeared wearing an impeccable suit and a new hat in the latest city style. The reward for catching Walter Keane has been increased to £100. Consent, goddammit! Go, Colleen! Oh, go coin? Go? I thought it was Colin. Go, coin! Go! There's Lil Pip. Everyone, you are not, okay, chat? You listening? You are not to visit any village or city without my permission. At no point may you disclose the location of the cabin. You know what cabin. Mr. David Goran, you are in charge of all security and arms. Miss Lucia Smith, you will taste any food you cook before it is presented to me. Lil Pip, you are in charge of Black Bestia and Gold Doubloon. Most must be coin. Gold Doubloon. Clever. Gold Doubloon is the dog. It's quite a fancy name for a dog. Black Bestia, probably, I don't know. Horse? You've already booked flights, though. Tough shit. Spidey, I'm with you. I think the horse did the whole thing. Alright, there's a full name. David Goran. We know him from the last scenario. He was doing research with Edmund Cloudsley. Lucia Smith, we remember her from the previous scenario. Lil Pip, also from the last scenario. I like putting these names together, like first name, second name, just so that it's easier for me to be like, we picked these up as names, like full names. I think the dog is called Gold Doubloon because the kid calls him Coin. The Gold Doubloon would be a coin. Edmund Cloudsley. Says the dog. The calico, that's... Oh, tiny little non-blackout curtains. It's a very important clue! Ah! Quality gargling dog noises. That's what they say about me. Stabbed! A sword. A ring with a ruby. A wrapped piece of confectionery. A loaded pistol. Remember, that is loaded. That also looks like a flintlock pistol, so the fact is that this guy has a head wound. There is 2 loaded pistols in this room. Depending on how long he had. Like, it doesn't look like there's a powder horn or anything here. It's not a bag of shot. Okay. Good lord! These guys are either levitating or exploding. The golden idol is here, and is currently set. A small weight is tied to the pull-down lever at the back of the idol. A vase shard. This guy with a tiny goatee. I finally have the location of my target. Meet us on November 10th, Friday, in the Timberbrook Inn, and bring all your tools. You get your share, as we agreed. WK. Set of lockpicks. Saw. Another loaded pistol. This fella with a billy club. What the fuck? There's a man in here. Another loaded... There's a lot of loaded pistols. Can we look at his shoes? Oh my fucking god, what the shit? Upon pulling the trigger, if the glyph input is meaningful, the idol will perform the intended action on the target it can see. If its eye is red, it is ready for the hook input, and it will turn blue afterwards. If the eye is blue, you can only perform the hook input, and it will turn red afterwards. What in the fuck?
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Tentacle Guy.
Hi, Scooby! There's your tentacle. Ahoy hoy. Right. Gold filtering. The target must contain some gold for this to work. Seawater is a suitable target for an example. However, a great deal of seawater would be required, for this to yield any significant amount. Perhaps I should try it on a ship in the open sea. First step, get gold by aiming at the target. This looks like a carpet cleaning ideogram. Second step, aim at empty vessel to retrieve it. Unknown effect 14. If the implications of this are what I surmise, this could be a tremendous discovery. The next step is to progress from fruit to some more advanced organic matter. I must ask David to fetch me a dead body for further experiments. This is vitally urgent. The case of the carpet cleaning idol. Spontaneous combustion. You cannot combust the target if you have not performed the freezing beforehand. Interesting. The speed at which heat is increased appears to be influenced by how strongly I press the trigger and how long I have performed a hook before it. Freezing is that set of runes. Observation. Freezing the target rapidly can create curious side effects. For instance, I should be careful when freezing water in a sealed bottle. It exploded and the glass shards flew everywhere. I'm assuming we're going to need some of these. Shot, stabbed, clubbed, increased, exploded. This simply did not work. After I aimed at the sealed vessel and activated the idol, both air and vessel disappeared. On further consideration, it was an obvious mistake. Attempt with this input, and it was definite improvement. It decreased the amount of air, but curiously still did not create a complete vacuum in the sealed vessel. Calico, well, if you're going, I'm going. But I'm only going to the toilet. Sweet dreams to you. I'm going to take a bio break, dudes. On the flip side of this, we're going to solve the case of the Golden Idol. I'm going to be right back. Rock and roll. Hey up, you buggers. Oh, thanks, Stylet. You have destroyed the scabby dogs! Thank you very much, everybody, for being here today. I hope you're enjoying the stream. If you are, and you wish to support, keep the lights on, keep the content coming, well, bits, subs, and direct donations, they're the way to do it. Today, we have been supported by Curry, by Super Submariner, and Dinner Miniacs. Thank you. That's got us to 21 pieces of 8 in the treasure tracker. If we get to 99, I spin a wheel to say thank you, because that is basically a day's wage. Thank you very much. This month is the final month of the PP push. I'm just going to have a little look. The PP needs to be, like, redone every year. This is the second year. Papa Meow Meow, thank you for the follow. Oh, Wolf, thank you for gifting the sub as well. Wolf is now added to the list of folks supporting the channel. Thank you.
Of the RetroVution.
We are currently sitting at 74 PP. $74 puts us Miniacs, thank you for the showering of the PP.
Dynamaniacs cheered. X222 for the PP.
Oh, I haven't wrist stretched. Doodle-doo! Doodle-doo! Doodle-doo-doodle-doo-doodle-doo. Is that what that one is? Pet the PP, thank you. So yes, we are currently at 74 PP, which is huge. Day 3. Oh, it's the final push now. Diddle-doo. Diddle-doo-doo. Okay, I got you. It took me a second. We're at 74, which is 8 ahead of February. However, 7 below March.
Champagne.
So there you go. A huge PP deserves champagne. Thanks, Magnus. Appreciate you. I need to sort my lurks out. You get a lurk. And you get a lurk. And I'm going to go down to the other end. I'm going down to the other end, everybody. Don't mind me. You get a lurk. And now we are going to solve... Oh, shit, man! Okay, this is probably poor form. But I'm going to do it anyway. If I wasn't here streaming for you, I might well be over on another channel watching Mike, aka Wholesome Horror Gaming, playing Monkey Island 2 as a first play. I'm just... Don't make it weird, alright? Don't make it weird. But Wholesome Horror Gaming, aka Mike, a lovely dude, is currently doing a fucking first play of Monkey Island 2. That deserves eyes on. Also, he's a lovely guy. Yeah. He gets a lurk. It's gonna be so confused to see that in his activity feed, yep. Well, he gets a lurk anyway. Anybody who hasn't already, go give him a follow as well. On my off days. Johnny, what a fucking sentence. Yeah, no, I get what you mean now. If we read that back, though, hold on, read that back. I've been watching his playbacks on your off days. You know, when you're being a bit shit, Fras, I just head off, see someone else. Like, I get it. I totally get it. Even as a sentiment, I understand. Because, you know, I have off days. Sometimes I'm a little bit aggy. It's cool. It happens. But realistically, it's this poor form talking about my off days. I do understand what you mean, though. Not off days, no. The days off. You're a bit shit. I'm gonna go somewhere else. She specifically comes here for the off days. Yes, Eric. It is a bit of a hot button. It is a hot button. It's a bit of a confusing topic because I think 99.9% of people that are here would completely agree that consent needs to be given, all right, before any interaction, even if that's down to like a hug or something like that, right? But there comes this grey area. I've been listening to some interesting podcasts recently, and it was a question that kind of came up in one of those that I was like, you know what? I'm going to see what happens when I throw this into a live stream. We spent about an hour and a half at the start of today's stream talking about it. And I'm not here to try and determine. I'm just here being like, okay, what do you dudes think? Question being, consent is key, right? But does attractiveness play into that in any way, shape, or form? AKA, if you're looking at someone and thinking, I would really like to get to know them, and I would really like for them to come over and get to know me, and say they come over and they put their hand on your leg without asking if there is consent or whatever. Now, obviously, that's a mild touch or whatever, but it is technically non-consensual. But because you find them attractive, you let them do it? I mean, I don't personally find him attractive, Miniax, so I don't know. And then if somebody came over who didn't find attractive, same thing happens. Again, I think we can all agree that the consent is key and should be taken into account. But there is that difference where it's like somebody that you find attractive puts their hand on your leg, and somebody that you don't find attractive puts their hand on your leg, and there is a different reaction, and that different reaction has implications for the consent of it. And then that confuses other folks. It's a very, yeah. Attractiveness needs to desire. That does not mean consent. No, that's what I think I'm officially saying, is like that touch is not consensual touch. Well, it was not consented to. Sorry, maybe it is consensual, but it's not consented to. The question is not should it. No, it's definitely not should. It's does it though. The question is not should. It is does it. Does it actually change? Because I think it might, and I think it leads to a grey area, and that's a quite a big and scary grey area, right? So yeah. Magnus, here's the thing. If someone you find attractive puts their hand on your leg without consent, that's going to make them a lot less attractive real fucking fast. True. I've been on dates before, though, where, like, talking to someone, I'm like, I don't know if they're into me, and then, like, a light brush or, like, we laugh, and then they touch my leg, and I'm like, oh, I think they are into me. And it wasn't a case of, we laugh, can I touch you? And then Miniax, you will say, touch my grey area. we'll just say what you said before. Attractiveness may increase the chances of giving implicit or explicit consent, but if consent is not given, then no amount of attractiveness will help. If it's not given and they find the person attractive, they are less likely to voice out their disagreement, not harm the potential relationship. Yeah. I will, in fact, say, Fras, touch my grey area. Someone you find... Yeah, and this is the thing, right? The attractiveness is very personal as well. Like, we're not just talking about what would be the attractive person on the front of the glossy magazine. No, we're saying somebody that is personally attractive, right? Somebody that you find the hottest man alive, both physically and in terms of personality, could do the thing that you love most in the world. And if you're having an overloaded day, that would have zero impact on your consent because the overload means nobody gets shy. So you maintain it's 100% contextual, and no one factor necessarily overrules. Okay. New channel point redeem when? Fraz, touch my grey area. Yeah, implied non-verbal consent. It's a lot harder to read as well. Like, especially for us introverted plebs that get really freaked out with social interactions. What does that mean? What does it? You've winked at me. What does that mean? Ah! Anyway. This simply did not work. The vacuum, that is. Vacuum version 1. Aimed at the sealed vessel, activated the idol, and both air and vessel disappeared. Implied non-verbal consent is an issue, though, and I would like to message a mod the thing that you'd like to say next because you're in my queue sharing it, but you don't know if it's too much for chat. Interesting. Interesting. Do I have any mods that can DM Arik? Tombo!
Tier 3 RetroVert. 71 months holding us together. What on earth?
Tombo, you beautiful bastard! How the devil are you? Thank you very much for the Tier 3, 71 months. When in doubt, just ask if they got something in their eye or aggressively wink back in Morse code. Ha ha! Tombo, how you doing? We are currently trying to solve the case of the golden idol. The cursed golden idol, by the looks of it. Thank you for providing me with a near daily entertainment and a lovely community to hang out in. You are very fucking welcome. You are such a core member of the community. I'll say this, like I've said it a few times, and I'm not going to go into a big thing about it, but there are streamers out there that like claim that something is their community, my community. Hey, everybody, come see my community. And I don't think that. I don't have that vibe at all. I don't get it. I think that it is a shared. I'm borrowing. You know, people come from this channel to another channel. It's a mixed up world we live in, man. But I am just very, very glad and very humbled to the amount of people that want to stop by and hopefully be entertained by what I do. So thank you, dude. Thank you for being part of that. Because it literally couldn't happen without folks like you. Cheers, man. Also, anyone that's enjoyed the minigame? Tombo, Duface, and myself. You know, pirate projectiles, the boom. Tombo, Duface, and myself made that. I mean, I'm just the ideas guy. I didn't do any of the actual fucking work. I'm the CEO doing no actual fucking work. What's Morse code for my wee-wee is stuck on an electric fence? That one. I kind of agree with you. Just look at viewership as opposed to community. Yeah, honestly, it was an issue for me for quite a while. I had to change my way of thinking because for a long time, for the first few years of streaming, I did think my community, and I kind of got possessive over it. I was like, no, these are my people. This is my community. And whilst I still do love knowing, like, when people came into the community as a whole, and like, I do feel a little bit of pride being like, oh, nice, you've like found the extended community through me. That's really cool. There was a time when I genuinely got quite possessive over viewers, and I had to change my thought process over it. So yeah, no longer. I like my viewers free range, you know, allowed to casually chat to chickens. Community's more of a book club. Ain't running shite. Right, somebody's exploded. And there's a man inside of a box. He's got a gun. The gun is loaded. Someone's exploded and the gun is loaded. There's a rotten apple and a green apple. That looks more like a pepper to me, but okay. There's books. Books aplenty. There's a chair. There's pieces of exploding stuff. There is... Okay, this guy's being blown off. Appears to be some stuff. And some things. This guy's hat's flying. He's just a man in a box.
Oh my.
Blown off, you say? Damn good Thursday. Was that one guy leaning over the explodey thing? Why is he all the way up on the ceiling? Well, I guess we'll find out by thinking. I'm going to switch from exploring to thinking. I've done it. Somebody needed a something. Somebody, along with accomplices, delivered a something. Upon entering, somebody, suddenly somebody, meanwhile somebody something to the amount of that in a sealed thing. When somebody entered the room, the somethinged and killed them both. I think we can officially say that this is done. Nailed it. Now, I don't... Oh my god, we've got 26... Ignore the spin counter. Actually, don't ignore the spin counter. You've given Eric Drake permission to say it. Thank you, Ananda. Michael, makes sense to you. Yeah, obviously. Good god, be careful, man. Indubitably, we have many empty slots. Eric, so the thing you're going to say is that implied nonverbal consent is a thing and does exist, but it's too easy to take too seriously, both on the part of the person taking action and the one receiving it. Which you know because someone assumed your lack of objection equated implied nonverbal consent, and that's how you wound up involuntary pregnant twice. That's a lot. That is a lot. I mean, I think... Thank you very much for sharing. I don't know enough about the situation. I don't know enough about you to, like, start digging into that one. But that is... Yeah, that's some serious... repercussions, right? That's not even the right fucking word. Oh, a baby. What an interesting repercussion. Yes, Faye, I think we can genuinely use some of the stuff that we have learned from previous scenes to actually fill out some of this. You don't have kids, don't worry. I mean, I don't... Worrying or not worrying, that's fair enough. I understand the sensitive nature, so thank you. And yeah. in those situations, it's like, God, consent is king. Right. I am more than happy to say that this is Lil Pip, because we know Lil Pip from the previous scene. I am more than happy to say that this is Lucia Smith, unless she changed her surname since the last scene. Kind of figured that was a concern for at least a few people, so you wanted to clear that one up. Fair. And it also gives context for where you're coming from as well, which is important. Because nobody exists in a vacuum, you know? Everyone has a whole load of stuff coming from behind them. Wait a minute. Oh, God damn it, Fras, what have you done? You know what I mean? I can't not make innuendos. It's just not in my nature. Lil Pip is still being part of the terrorist group. There's something weird going on in my pants, okay? That was back in 2018, though. Don't know who this is. Don't know who this is. Don't know who this is. I do know who this is, though. This is the dog known only as Golden Doubloon. I also think I know who this is. I think this is the guy that we saw 2 panels before. He was the guy sat playing cards who killed the bloke. I choked him out, Miniacs. Why can't I grab his dongle, okay? Okay, that may not have been the best conversation starter for the, you know, the grey area. What can I say? I'm easy. And I've been easy since the 29th of October 2017. I think some people just don't understand what it's like to be on the receiving end of an unwanted interaction. Yeah, and it's almost like some people don't understand that other people have different experiences, backgrounds, and thoughts and feelings. A lot of people have that main character syndrome. Just digging this hole deeper. See how far down we can get. We got bedrock. So yeah, I think this guy is the tobacco guy. He's not dead, though. Ah, by the gods, what was that? This is the gentleman robber. Can we have gentleman robber? No, we have to figure out who the fucking gentleman... Oh, wait, hold on. The infamous gentleman robber, Walter Keane. I mean, come on, he's wearing the mask. He looks like a gentleman. He's got sweeties in his pockets. But all of... I don't know. Ring with a ruby. A loaded pistol. I still think it's the horse's fault, myself. We don't yet know, Spidey, if it's before or after. I haven't found anything with the date on it. Billy Cracker. Hardy Abe. Lil Billy. Jack Nails. Interesting. Billy Cracker, Hardy Abe, Lil Billy, or Jack Nails. Thought you said Willy Cracker. Ugh. Oh God. I mean, if you've got that as a reputation, you probably should angle yourself differently. All right, okay, the joke was in there. I just did that may not have been my greatest dismount. That's what she said. You have some reasons for getting at least slightly nervous when someone implies that attraction is a consent factor, or that clear withdrawal of consent equates consent given. It's mega tricky. Yeah. No. This is not in any way, shape, or form me trying to determine or well, maybe not determine is not the right term, but I'm not trying to define it. More of a conversation. And to give some context, some of the other thoughts of the day have been, are eyelashes facial hair? So I am very much aware that I've really put the foot to the floor with this one. Nothing else going on out here? I mean, this is red. Yeah, these are all red. Have I missed anything in this scene? Oh, maybe. Walter Keane. By the gods, what was that? What have I missed here? Oh, wait, September 15th. 1788. So 1788, we were around like March. Yeah. Okay, so we are in the future here. Which does make sense because it sounds like Edmund Cloudsley, after there being after his sister being poisoned, he's being a lot more careful and making sure that like people test his food and stuff before he has it. Everyone, no one is allowed to visit any village or city without Edmund's permission. No one is allowed to disclose the location of the cabin. David Goran is in charge of all security and arms, so I'm guessing he's going to be in here somewhere. Lucia Smith will taste any food you cook before it's presented to me. Bill Pip is in charge of Black Bestia, and Golden Doubloon. Both must be fed daily. Alright, you completely get that. You're just also quite aware that it's within that bubble chart there. So you're saying things out loud. No, that's great. That's great. And I appreciate it. Thank you. I've missed something here? A scarecrow in a wooden coffin. A scarecrow in a wooden coffin. Now, considering that there was conversation around somebody finding a dead body and bringing it here, I have a feeling that the scarecrow is not the dead body that was expected. I do not care what means you use to acquire what I need, but remember to be discreet as always. Note that I do not want it too decayed. The more recently it has died, the better. One of the old work-ass geezers croaked yesterday. I will arrange for a cart to move the corpse. Okay, I only need to find one more word. If you send me directions, and be quick, better they bury him. I do not want to dig up that stiff. Before they bury him, even. I don't want to dig up that stiff. Oh yeah, I wasn't really listening. I was making a joke about digging up things while stiff. What's it called when a cabin eats another cabin? Cabinalism. Also, will self-report that you have previously been that hot chick who got away with all sorts of things because of looks and was kind of creeped out with just how much you could get away with. You got a bit of both ends here, fair. I think that was the issue, right? Oh, for God's sake, man. Sorry. I can't help myself. I consent to that joke. Thank fuck. Right, what's going on over here? Oh! A blasted door. Blasted from the outside in, though. Oh, this guy's arm is something specific. He's got, like... He's a big fan of darts. He's got crossed darts on his right hand. He wants to go pro. This dude's got the billy club. What have I missed here? Apparently I've missed something inside of this box. Whatever I've missed is inside of here. Oh, did I just not click this one? Gold filtering. Oh, there you go. It was the word gold that I'd missed. Right, we've found all of the necessary words to be able to solve this case. Somebody needed a something. Somebody, along with accomplices, delivered a something. Upon entering, somebody suddenly somethinged somebody. Meanwhile, somebody somethinged the amount of something in a sealed something. When somebody and somebody entered the room, the something somethinged and it killed them. Killed them both. We have these things above or behind me here, which are all of the symbols to do with the idol. Hook and 2 square dinner plates as seen from above. Hook, like, I don't get the hook thing. So what they've done there is they've got attempted with this input, and it was a definite improvement. It decreased the amount of air, but curiously did not create a complete vacuum in the sealed vessel. That's dot hook. Dinner plates. Hook, normal dinner plate, butt crack. Hook, normal dinner plate, advanced architecture. That's spontaneous combustion. Upon pulling the trigger, this is of the golden idol. If the glyph input is meaningful, the idol will perform the intended action on the target it can see. If its eye is red, it is ready for the hook. The shepherd's hook, crook, yes, with and without the asterisk. It's something to do with it being in 2 different states. If it's red, we can hook. If it's blue, we can asterisk and obelix. If the eye is blue, you can only perform hook dot, and then it will turn red. If it's red, you can hook and it will turn blue. If it's blue, you can hook dot and it will turn red. Drazzy, drazzy, drazzy! Spontaneous combustion. Freezing. Okay, so you've got to freeze first and then spontaneously combust. So this is like the opposite? We do have the word heat. Makes sense since Crook Plane is heat red and Crook Prime is cold blue. Yeah. Well, Crook Prime, what a good way of saying it. Triclon, ready for hook. Sounds like something that a villain from I Know What You Did Last Summer would say. The implications of what I surmise, this could be a tremendous discovery. The next step is to progress from fruit to more advanced organic matter. So this is like, I don't know, trigger? So, let's have a little look. We have 6 symbols that we need to figure out. And it looks like they can be either blue or brown. Yellow, whatever it is. Which means they can be coffin, air, corpse, vase, gold, water, matter, heat. Increase, explode, decrease, stabbed, clubbed, shot. Ah, hold on. This could be like increase and then decrease, right? Because if it was the dot, then it would be increase heat or decrease heat for make hot or make cold. That feels about right. Yellow, sweetie! Blue or yellow? It seems brown to me. Whatever, it's all brown to me, as they say. Turquoise or amber? Black or gold? Gold! Okay, well, clearly. Decrease gold, increase gold. That symbol is definitely gold, because this is the gold filtering one. That symbol, right? I'm happy with that. Decrease gold in water, increase gold in vessel. Slurp, spit. Gold filtering. The target must contain some gold. Seawater is a suitable target, for example. However, a great deal of seawater would be required for this to yield significant amounts. Namco. First step, get gold by reducing the gold in the target, and then put the gold back in something else. For some reason, it only works when it's just by itself. Wolf. You know what's gold? A perfect image from a great graphics card. There you go. Isn't it the other way around? Increase gold in unit? Well, there's a target, right? So we're decreasing the amount. There has to be a net amount of gold, right? So we start from here and we decrease the amount of gold in the water. And then here we increase the amount of gold. Because there's a target. It's whatever the idol is looking at. So it has to have some gold to remove from the water, and then it puts the gold here. It decreases gold from this, increases gold in here. That's how I'm reading it anyway. This symbol we see on a few of them. So, something to do with rotting. Oh, vacuum. Decrease. Decrease substance? Decrease... Oh, this is probably air, right? If we're trying to make a vacuum... Yes, taking decreases from target. So decrease heat. Yeah. Attempted this input, it was a definite improvement. It decreased the amount of air. Decrease air. So I'm going to guess that that one's air. Because you can't increase or decrease cold, only heat. Nice. gold, air. Reduce something that makes it disappear. Reduce matter? I'm going to guess matter. Let's see whether this fits. Let's just go with matter for now. Dinner plate is matter. Does that fit? Increase matter. Corpse, maybe? Make something older? Increase matter corpse? Increase matter heat? No. Wait, well, oh, no, this is heat. Yes. Increase, decrease, and that one's heat. Matter, heat, matter. Okay, I'm going with it. I'm saying that's matter, and this last one is heat. Hi-up! Increase butt crack size. Now you understand the value of the golden idol. Increase gold, air, matter, heat, or decrease gold, matter, heat. So, come all ye pillage, exclamation mark pillage, and then you put a space and then a number is there. The number can be 1 or 2,000 or something in between. I may have lost the tune slightly there. A little bit. Meanwhile, something, the amount of something in a sealed something. When somebody and somebody entered the room, the something exploded and killed them both. I'm pretty sure that that's exploded, right? The vase exploded and killed them both. It's this guy. These two. We need to figure out who this is and who this is, because they're the two dudes that are dead. The gentleman robber, right? The gentleman robber. I don't think it's not him. He has not killed anybody. So, I think what we're trying to do here is figure out, based off of the descriptions of the ruffians in the area. We have several henchmen for hire. Billy Cracker, Oakwood Gang, brawler, robber. Hardy Abe, Burkham Workhouse, brawler, has a cart. I mean, I think one of them is definitely Hardy Abe, because Burkham Workhouse has a cart. Lil Billy, Hobbs Gang, burglar, enters through chimneys. Jack Nails, Timberbrook Inn, burglar, picklock. So one of them's Hardy Abe. He is a brawler and he has a cart. Is it obvious which one of these is like a cart driver? He's got a saw. He's got a loaded pistol, set of lockpicks. I finally have the location of my target. Meet us November 10th, Friday, in the Timberbrook Inn. And bring all your tools. You get your share as we agreed. So this is all of his tools. A saw, lockpicks. So, which one of these dudes was Lockpicky McGee? Burglar, picklock. Brawler, robber. Brawler has a cart. That, I'm pretty sure, is Jack Nails. The only picklock we have is the guy with the lockpicks. Jack Nails. It's the guy with his hat off. This dude. Which means the other dude must be the one that owns the cart. Because nobody else had a cart. Hardy Abe. Unless I'm being thrown for a loop. Because here's the thing. In this pack, there is a box of confectionery, which tends to imply that it's this guy's pack. Because he has a sweet in his pocket. So either this guy turned up on the horse, or these guys turned up on the horse. If it was this fella, it means that these dudes could be, well, this could be any number of the other gang members, Billy Cracker or Hardy Abe. Mr. B, the gentleman rhymer. What's the red thing in this guy's pocket? It is a ring, I think. A ring with a ruby. Was there any more information about infamous gentleman robber Walter Keane with a number of unnamed associates held up a coach on the southern road leading out of Westbrook. The scoundrel robbed the passengers of all of their valuables, kissed a young lady, then left. Already the 5th robbery of the infamous gentleman who has, as is custom, appeared wearing an impeccable suit and a new hat in the latest city style. So this has got to be his, right? I mean, he could have slung this bag in here as he came into the house, I guess. But he's got the confectionery, he's got the hat book, and he's got the names of local Timberbrook gangs. So surely it's him. It's gotta be him! Fras! Straight Outta Surrey. The cricket-themed redo of Straight Outta Compton is great. Love how the horse is just chilling? Ah, the sound waves haven't hit the horse yet. Yeah, it's only just hit this guy's hat. How you doing, Res? Also, Night Dweller, I hope you had a lovely nap. So I'm actually going to say that it's not the guy with the cart. I'm saying that this cart is actually the gentleman robber's cart. And that is actually a red herring. Which means that I think that fella is Billy Cracker. Brawler and robber. That's my assumption here, is that this guy is Billy Cracker. And I don't care. Now, I found all of the names. Black Bestia, I think, is a horse. I am 99% sure that this dude sat, like, who's hiding in the cabin, is Edmund Cloudsley, and I think he's hiding his. Because he doesn't look like he did before. I mean, there's a bit of me that wants to go out to the main bit and have a look through the others. I'm gonna do it. If I go down here, look, same face. Same face. Look at that face. You see that face? That is the face of Ash Blair. Same face. Same face. Look at that. Look at the Ash Blair. Look at the Ash Blair. Are you looking at the Ash Blair? Ash Blair, this guy, Ash Blair. I'm pretty sure that's the same face. But we don't have Ash Blair. We have Oh, maybe he changed his name. He is a sneaky bastard, right? Maybe he changed his name. Interesting. I don't know why I'm trying. David! David! Why can't I put this on you? David Goran. Doesn't matter who died. He didn't die. He's still breathing. If this is David Goran, I think that he's changed his name. 2 or fewer slots are incorrect. Okay. I'm going to do a little cheeky. And I'm going to put Abe in here. That hasn't said that more words are wrong, so actually I think... Yes. 'Twas not Billy Cracker. 'Twas indeed Hardy Abe. Which I guess means that I should have taken that at face value. Hardy Abe has a cart, and this is Hardy Abe's cart. And I guess the gentleman robber has arrived and has left his bag in the workhouse cart? Possibly he arrived with them, but it looks like he's trying to, like, interrupt. Anyway, we now know Hardy Abe and Jack Nails entered the room, the vase exploded and killed them both. Eric! Come back over after these messages. Jack Nails. They don't look dead, but they've got to be the dead ones, right? I think the only reason they don't look dead is because they're currently being blasted across the room. Wolf! Thank you for your 12th gifted sub in this channel. Thank you for another 3 pieces of 8 in the treasure tracker.
Wolfig Zook has dragged Auric Drake into the ranks of the RetroVution.
Thank you. Hiccups. Cheers. Big cheers. This game was last month's Slow Games Club's Game of the Month. You should really play it. So far, you've joined a book club for games and played none of them. This is really fun, dude. Bless you, Eric. So yeah, I think he's dead. He's just, you know, when you get exploded to death... Now, take it from someone that knows, okay? When you get exploded to death, your body continues to move. Even though you're dead. Because of the explosion. Signscape. Played this game a few months ago, loved every second of it. Hell yeah. Zumi happens to the best of us, right? So I think they are dead, they just don't look like they're dead. Being exploded just a little bit is enough for you, Dab, that's fair. Your mileage may vary. There's some last-second synapse firings that we need to finish out, yeah. So, somebody needed a something. I think somebody needed a corpse. And I think that somebody was Edmund Cloudsley. BXD, it was highly recommended in the Let's Fight a Boss podcast ages ago, and you've always meant to check it out. Check it out. Someone should have shoved a chocolate medicine ball down his throat. Edmund Cloudsley needed a corpse. Somebody, along with accomplices, delivered I mean, it was a coffin, right? But it wasn't a corpse because there was a fake thing inside. Right? There was... A scarecrow. Oh, hiccups. You like the Saga of games so much you bought a season pass for all of the DLCs. Yes, I do actually have the DLCs. That reference right? Wait. Shove a chocolate medicine ball down his throat. We were talking about medicine balls recently. We were definitely talking about medicine balls recently. When was I talking about medicine balls? I remember the chat about medicine balls. Unfortunately, I do say a load of absolute bollocks on this channel. He's only mostly dead. Oh wait, is that a Princess Bride reference? Me? I never talk a load of bollocks. Are they medicinal bollocks? Take 2 medicinal bollocks daily. To the face. Along with accomplices, delivered a coffin. Upon entering, somebody suddenly somethinged. Stabbed, clubbed, shot. I think shot. Suddenly shot somebody. Somebody's gonna have a gun that is unloaded. That's a loaded pistol. That's a pistol loaded. Who hasn't got a loaded pistol? That's a loaded pistol. That's a loaded pistol. Everybody's got a loaded pistol. Pip? Was it? Oh, it was bloody little Pip, wasn't it? No. Why are you groping yourself? I mean, it's nice to think that it was the mean dudes that are dead that were also mean to other people. You know, just desserts and all that. You're not sure if it was a good nap. One thing's for sure, the nap was too long! Are you gonna have trouble sleepy sleeps tonight? They coated the medicine ball in chocolate to make it go down smooth there. You might be remembering it wrongly. It's been a while since you've seen that gorgeous film. It's been a while since you watched it. Inconceivable! Did he get stabbed in the brain by a bullet? Okay, maybe he reloaded afterwards. He doesn't seem to have any, like, powder or anything to be able to actually reload, but... A small weight is tied to the pull-down lever at the back of the idol. Edmund Cloudsley needed a corpse. Somebody, along with accomplices... I guess David Goran? Along with accomplices, delivered a coffin. Nice, Wolf. Mr. B, the gentleman rhymer, in live chat. Straight arrow, sorry. Well, it's flintlock pistols. Right, Spidey? I mean, that looks like flintlock pistols. Which means that you'd have to have, like, a powder horn. So you get one shot, and then you got to put powder down the end, tamp it, tamp it, tamp it. Then you got to cock back, put the striker plate forwards. Then you add more powder onto the actual striker plate. Flip it. Wait, no, the fuse hole, and then you bring the striker plate back forwards so that when you pull the and you've got to make sure that you put a bullet in the end and tamp, tamp, tamp. Eric, I mean, it's a detective game, so I'm assuming that they put quite a fair amount of thought into it. It says a pistol loaded. Everything else about that It could just... They could have left out loaded, and it would have just said a pistol. And then that would have been key, in my mind. No one else, though, holds a gun that is unloaded. Unless the confectionery has something to do with reloading a gun? Oh, he's still alive, though. Wait, whoa, hold the fucking phone. If he was shot in the head, he'd probably not be alive, and he's not dead. So he was probably slapped over the back of the head by a billy club. And nobody has shot anything at all, ever. Clubbed. Jack Nails. No, Hardy Abe. Hardy Abe suddenly clubbed David Goran. Oh. So I'm thinking that maybe Jack Nails, along with accomplices. Unless we're trying to say that. Was it Walter Keane? I'm confused where he fits in. Meanwhile, something the amount of something in a sealed something. Faye, your money's on the stabby stick? I'm thinking clubbed. Was the vase sealed? Possibly. Let's have a little look. We have... a shard of a vase. A vase shard. A vase of shard. Vase. You heard. That's increase... What was this one? Air. Increased the amount of air. We can guess that it was a sealed vase. A sealed corpse. Got quite tight. Edmund Cloudsley needed a corpse. Jack Nails, along with accomplices, that I don't know, delivered a coffin. Upon entering, Hardy Abe suddenly clubbed David Goran. Now, you know what? I'm saying that maybe it was Walter Keane. Because they feel like they are all arrived together. Hardy Abe suddenly clubbed David Goran. Meanwhile, Edmund Cloudsley increased the amount of air in a sealed vase. When Hardy Abe and Jack Nails entered the room, the vase exploded and killed them both. Is that what happened? That is exactly what happened. Scroll has been fulfilled. To gain entrance to Edmund Cloudsley's secret forest cabin, gentleman robber Walter Keane pretended to deliver a corpse to Edmund for his experiments. On entering the cabin, the robbers ambushed the servants, and Edmund locked himself in his study. While the robbers were soaring through the lock... the soaring of the lock, that's why, because it wasn't kicked in. I thought it was kicked in. No, it was sawn. While the robbers were soaring through the lock, Edmund prepared a trap with the idol that killed 2 of the intruders. in, sir, coroner. The bandits accidentally set off my master's laboratory chemical ingredients.
What happened afterwards?
I managed to fend them off. But my master, Lord Edmund Cloudsley, got caught in the blast, which severely disfigured him, and soon afterwards he died, bless his soul. You can't see this. Poor little... the dog. The dog! That dog's seen some shit, man. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Okay. Dog's seen a few chemical experiments. Chapter 3, The Ascent. Strange practices of a secret society. Should have invested in a vase-proof trunk. Oh, well, this is delightful. In a hole, in the ground, lived a hobbit. Possibly still a hobbit. That dog looks rough. Defenestrations for the nations. There's some footprints. Oh. There's a brown streak. Although what that looks like is probably boot heels being dragged between two people. Just the boots. Nobody was in the boots. They were just dragging boot heels. Oh, hello. I mean, I'm not judging. Nice way to spend a Thursday evening. Tied up in a bush. This clue has been added to the thinking panel. Hello, Jam Jar! I'd hope it was that and not where your disturbed brain went. It's a dog scooting by its arse. God damn it, Luke. You think you learned that word when you were a teenager and have been using it ever since to defenestrate, throw from a window.
I'm thinking this might be the way that I do the rest of the stream. I'm pretty sure that you guys can still understand what I'm saying. Right? You learned that word from Godhead. Yeah, you can understand what I'm saying. The safe word is pineapple.
Now you know what a gagged Fras sounds like. That's not a rare occurrence. You love that such words exist because it implies that it happened so often that it needed its own term. It's a skill, what can I say? I make noises. Sometimes those noises are useful. David. There we go. There's my first word. Gathering will be on March 14th. Follow the plan. We should be there for at least 2 hours before midnight. Target will arrive in full costume, grab rope and weapons, WK. A shabby formal coat. An onion! Ah, no, it's not an onion, it's a watch. I hate it when I get excited about an onion and it turns out to be a goddamn watch. To David Goran for reliable service from EC. Wolf? Didn't say no. David! The gathering will be Ash Blair. Can I have Ash Blair? No, finest tobacco. Okay, maybe his name was... Hold the fucking phone. Because it's definitely the same bloke. Maybe he gave a fake name in this scene. Oh, his name's Ash Blair because he was a representative of the tobacco company? The onion was a watch, so that's why the pasta sauce was unusually crunchy. And later on, you passed the time. I feel like if I was a cleverer person, I would have been able to make that even better, but for what it's worth, I'm happy with what just happened.
Good day. I'm looking for a friend.
Hello, Dr. Max. Definitely has layers. You did a Google. And yeah, you got it right. It was indeed thinking of Prague that had the notable defenestrations. Defenestration for the nation. Okay, so yeah. Possibly... Oh, hello. Ah, the Black Hand. And an eye. Look, I don't think it's too much to ask for someone to tie me up and leave me in a bush, you know? What's wrong? A hat. Loaded pistol. Here's the gentleman robber's hat reference guide. A sword. Clean new coat. Assume you're partial to the type of bush. But yeah, that's the bush is key. Oh, I like the music for this one. It's nice that they've got a coin slot. Apparently this is a coin-operated door. The bush is key. Can that be a Fras quote? Yeah, go on. Put it in the quote system. You've been here for long enough, Eric. Exclamation mark, add quote. Space. Type it out. What do we have here? This clue has been added to the ping ting bring ding 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 bring. The thinking panel. Brothers wear masks appropriate to their house. Dark hands, proud beasts, or water snakes. Brothers wear robes appropriate to their rank. 3 eyes for master, 2 eyes for steward, 1 eye for initiate.
Masters, I ventured on the Order's mission to reclaim our fire-breathing relic and, with great resolve, punish the despicable enemy. I, with the few brave companions, fearlessly entered his hideout in a remote hunting cabin. But the devil has prepared a treacherous trap.
I realised that I got the rest of this to do, but I feel like I've committed now. So, just bear with me, alright? I'm nothing if not committed to seeing things through to the logical end.
A treacherous trap, and the explosion slaughtered my dearest friends as we entered his study. Thanks to my sturdy physique, I survived the blast, only to be assaulted by the enemy's lackey, assassin warrior David Corain, and a pack of bloodthirsty hounds. After an hour of fight, I received numerous deadly wounds, in spite of which I prevailed and defeated my assailants with my martial training. I discovered the enemy's dead body, slain by the trap of his own making, but no trace of the relic.
I would like also to point out that I'm not taking in a single fucking word that I'm saying. Probably gonna have to read this again in the normal voice.
I am forced to go into hiding because the government's watchmen are tracking me. Once I have recovered from my deadly wounds and shaken off the watchmen, I will send you the next report. May the Griffin awaken! Walter Keane.
Fucking hell. Walter Keane is another dude. Voice agents, you listening? Okay, what the fuck did I just read out loud? I have no idea. I was more focused on the voice. In fact, you wouldn't mind another 25 hours of this. Okay, January 5th, 1917, even, 89. Edmund Cloudsley were in 88, still had the idol. We're in 89 now. That's the voice of a man that you should avoid in a back alley. I think it was Igor after joining a tinfoil hat society by way of East Texas. Nailed it. That was what I was going for. I'm glad you noticed. I ventured on the Order's mission to reclaim our fire-breathing relic and, with great resolve, punish the despicable enemy. I, with a few brave companions, fearlessly entered the hideout. Hey James, how you doing? Oh, for God's sake, I'm gonna have to find out all of the words in here now, aren't I? Punish the despicable enemy. I, with a few brave companions, fearlessly entered his hideout. The devil had prepared treacherous trap. An explosion slaughtered my dearest friends, and we entered his study. Thanks to my sturdy physique, I survived the blast. You only survived the blast because you weren't in the fucking room. And only to be assaulted by the enemy's lackey, assassin warrior David Goran, and a pack of bloodthirsty hounds. After an hour of fight, I received numerous deadly wounds, in spite of which I prevailed and defeated my assailants with my martial training. I discovered the enemy's dead body, slain by a trap of his own making, but no trace of the relic. I am forced to go into hiding because the government's watchmen are tracking me. Once I have recovered from my deadly wounds, I will be shaken off the watchman. I will send you the next report. May the Griffin awaken, Walter Keane. They were literally just Walter Keane, okay.
Masters, I must apologize 1,000 times for my absence.
No! I must apologize 1,000 times for my absence, but my road to recovery was full of peril and valor that cannot be sufficiently conveyed in writing. The government dogs and spies chased me tirelessly, and I was forced to seek refuge in Aquitania. Aquitania? To recover from my still dire wounds. There, I finally bested my pursuers with the help of Lazarus Hurst, a young, resourceful gentleman whom I met in the remote manor one dark winter's night. You legit heard Masters. I must apologize 1,000 times for my accents. That's me to you guys in chat, because you guys are my masters. That's how that works, right? You pay for the channel, you keep me in my finery, so, you know. Not only did he earn my trust by stepping out of the fray against the villains, but he turned out to be well-versed in the arcane arts. Of course, not yet close to your skills. I have finally recovered and plan to return to Albion. I suggest that Lazarus would be a fine addition to the Order. I vouch for him and will invite him to undergo the appropriate trial. May the Griffin awaken! Walter Keane. Who's this? Lazarus. No. Suggest Lazarus? No. Albion? No. Oh yes, Lazarus Hurst. I'm just going to turn all these on. David Goran, Walter Keane. January 16th. 1790. Oh, wait, hold on. We're jumping. It's 1790 now. Illuminated Masters, I object to the admittance of the individual Lazarus Hurst to our brethren. I submit that our dark-hand brother Walter Keene, who vouches for him, cannot be trusted, because he is a liar and a thief. I am certain that on dispatching our enemy, he kept the golden fire-breathing relic for himself. Nothing will move me on this. He must produce the relic, apologize personally to me, and afterwards be expelled from our brotherhood. Sir Geoffrey Sinclair. Oh, I'm too hurt to come to the meeting. I had to bugger off to the south of France to recover from my wounds. Honest, Governor. Okay. I like this skull. This is a lovely skull. They are getting progressively more complex. Oh, drank. Done when an accuser has challenged a defender. Both drinkers must be barefoot. The substance is added depending on the severity of the accusation, including deadly poison. Can we get challenged? Yes. Can we get poison? Yes. What if a stained glass window of Manny Calavera from Grim Fandango? No, you can't unsee this. I think every room in the world ever would be enhanced by having a stained glass window of Manny Calavera from the classic point-and-click adventure, Grim Fandango. But the floor isn't even heated, I bet it's really dusty. Now we do the Princess Bride jokes. Inconceivable! Add substance to one of the cups. Defender chooses one of the cups first. Accuser chooses the remaining. Both partake of the cups. It was a classic not point-and-click adventure. Well, you point-and-clicked, but then you also tank-controlled. It's the old point-and-click and tank control. Rotating guess. The ritual of squabble. Oh, that's fun to say. I feel like that's something that Edmund Blackadder would say quite well. The ritual of squabble. Only initiates can be defender and accuser. The sword must be borne by any dark hand. Required decorations of the hall, the Grim Reaper, the never-tiring teacher, and the feeder of mouths. Ritual of conflict. The accuser must deeply hate the defender. The sword must be borne by any initiate. Required decorations of the hall, the never-tiring teacher, the keeper of treasures, and the mirror of soul. The mirror of arsehole, when you really gotta double check that it's all clean down there. Anyway. The Grim Reaper, alright, is in squabble. I think we can confirm that this is the Grim Reaper. Rowan Atkinson has a way of puffing out his cheeks that makes the qu in squabble so entertaining. Squabble. Wibble. For some reason, the Great Booze Up line snuck into my brain earlier today while I was working in the shed. And as you can hear, as you have heard, Great Booze Up. Such a good scene. Ritual of dispute. Only stewards or higher rank can be defender and accuser. The scepter must be borne by Water Snake Master. Required decorations for the hall, the Keeper of Treasures, the never-tiring Teacher, and the Grim Reaper. The Ritual of Discord, which is where you go through your settings and turn off every single notification. Oh wait, no it's not. The Ritual of Discord is the houses of the accuser and the defender stand behind their brothers. The scepter must be borne by Darkhand Master. Required decorations of the hall is the Speaker to the Blind, the Grim Reaper, the Keeper of Treasures. Thank you, Wolf. Appreciate it. And Rowan Atkinson has said he had a speech impediment with the letter B, so over-exaggerated to overcome it, with words like wibble and bob. Ah! That's a lot of thinking. I'm not ready for that much thinking. Not yet. Somebody dead, somebody alive.
The Griffin has spoken.
There is a tray. There is a ruby ring.
The Griffin has spoken.
A ruby ring. The Griffin is broken! There is a tankard. And a ruby ring. Let us await the results of the chamber below. We've got a sword. A sword was there. And a ruby ring.
The Griffin has spoken.
There was a scepter. And, you guessed it, folks, a ruby ring. This man, in the mask, is not breathing. Not because he's dead, he's just holding his breath. And, guess what? A ruby ring. Was there a ruby ring? I'm unsure. I guess we'll find out. So there was a watering can here. Oh wait, sorry, no, a tankard. There was a tray with some poison. There was a tankard. There was a sword, and there was a scepter. Feeder of mouths, never-tiring teacher, keeper of treasure, mirror of soul. Grim Reaper is present. Keeper of treasures, the never-tiring teacher, the Grim Reaper. Speaker of the blind, the Grim Reaper, the keeper of treasures. Michael, you've been lurking this whole time. You've been very productive around the house. Congratulations. So you have no idea what's going on, but you're excited to find out. Hell yeah. If everyone's got ruby rings, we might just not have them, okay? I want to feel special. How many eyeballs you got? Is this an eyeball or it looks more like an egg? Okay, I think I need to figure out whose is what's his whose. Cut! Two cups on a stone altar. They contain some wine, but are almost empty. Okay. Oh god, he does have quite the physique. The scary, monkey mask? Inception. You must endure the tests of sloth, fire, being a bit wet, and being a tree. Administered by the proud beast steward. The transition. Let's have Inception. I'm going to put this in a new line. You must endure the tests of being a star, being really hot, being a little bit wet, and also being slightly slow. Administered by Water Snake Master. The right of evaluation or something? You must endure the tests of being a tree, being really hot, waiting for Godot, and being a bit wet. And the rite of admission. BXD, you're very hot, slightly wet, and really slow. Okay, very hot, slightly wet, really slow. And you're a star. So congratulations. You're transitioning. Congrats! Oh wait, no, you could also be incepting. Because you love wood? All I can tell you is you're not evaluating and you're not admitting to anything. You're in a film with Brad Pitt, yeah. I have signaled my griffin. Wait, no. I have signaled to the griffin who I am. I accept my fate, whatever it may be. Yeah, cool. Signaled. Holy shit. That guy's a snail, but he hasn't quite fully understood the assignment. This guy is very, very hungry. I suppose... I mean, he's got a nose. I suppose he's got a nose. No one knows where his nose goes. I knows where his nose goes. His nose goes down the back of his throat. So you could... If you're eating caviar, you could just jam the spoon up your nose. And then, I mean, it'd be grim, but you could still eat through your nose, right? As long as it was something you didn't have to chew. And even if you did have to chew it, you could, like, snort it up your nose and then hock it back into your mouth, right? And then chew. And then swallow it back down. It's a little bit, like, you have to go the long way around. What mouth? The mouth is the... But, like, you know... You know, you just... spoonful of caviar. Up. I remember distinctly, at school, there was a craze when I was younger of getting gummy worms and snorting the gummy worms until they dangled down. Don't do this, kids! This is fucking dangerous. Don't do it. Until they dangled down at the back of your neck, and then you're like, and then you got the gummy worm, and you hocked it back at the back of the throat, and then you grabbed it, and you held one end of the gummy worm that was in your nose, the other end of the gummy worm that was in your mouth, and you flossed. Dangerous. Don't do it. Don't do it. Please tell us you were under drinking age whilst doing this. Yes, I was. It was at school, so I was like, what, 14, 15? Anyway, the fact is that this guy could still eat, alright? He could just snort it up. This is a fish. And there is nothing remarkable about this fish. This is the world's most boring fish. He has no hobbies. He doesn't even enjoy looking out of this window. And here we have the... I know what this is. This is a very, very brief history of the Ice King's transition in Adventure Time. Alright? Once, he was normal. Now, Ice King. There is no bad weather, only inappropriate clothing. You feel you need to ask, how are you still alive? Because I got lucky. twirl the string to make the man shake his clothes off over and over. Inception, transition, evaluation, and admission. I don't know if those are these 4 things.
Prepare to receive what you have earned.
He's wearing a mask, so it would sound exactly like that. February the 10th, 1970. Brother, a member of our order, has proposed a new candidate to join our brotherhood. Our brother's trustworthiness, however, has been challenged. The brother's trustworthiness has been challenged. Oh, I see how it is, James.
Is this what you want? This what you want, you filthy slut? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to call you a filthy slut. Just a normal slut. Normal. Anyway. February the 10th, 1970. For God's sake, no, it's 1790. Brother, a member of our order has proposed a candidate to join the Brotherhood. Our brother's trustworthiness, however, has been challenged. Therefore, we have decided to take measures to resolve the fate of these individuals. If the brother proves himself, he can vouch for the newcomer. If the newcomer survives the appropriate trial, he will join our ranks. You are summoned to join us at the gathering on the 14th of March to fulfill your role in the rights of the Brotherhood.
Sincerely, the Council of Masters. James, good stuff. Nice brands. Really glad that you didn't take a sip of your coffee too early there. Would have burned if you snurfed it. Snurfed. That's fantastic. Right, one singular eyeball brand. One singular lion brand. Oh, this guy's got 2 ruby rings. Probably one for him and one for this guy. Okay. Right, dude, it's time to think. Something was something to a something ritual. He, along with something, ambushed... Oh, wait, no, I think I've got it. Okay, cool. No, we're good. Somebody was something to a something ritual. He, along with somebody, ambushed somebody. Somebody posing as somebody. Somethinged to somebody. With a something, which something had no something. Somebody somethinged the other something and died. Meanwhile, somebody passed the something ritual to become something. Can we hear the part with somebody again? Well, I think that's quite obvious. Snurf's a fun one to say, but especially fun to say when someone takes a drink and then starts laughing. That's to try and stop laughing so they don't snurf. Don't snurf! That's great. Shade, good evening. Clear as peptic tonic. Somebody's paying attention, Styly. I like it. How much you'd love to spend bits to trigger some right now, but wrong channel. Somebody. You can say sorry, though. You can say sorry. Or you could bring some French champagne.
Jesus shit, Jimmy, where's my goddamn teleprompter?
It's in the game. Right. Dark Hands, Proud Beasts, Water Snakes. So someone is passing a trial to become, I think, a Proud Beast, right? Because this is the Proud Beast brand. Proud Beast brand and Initiate. So, a Proud Beast Initiate. To become Proud Beast Initiate. Oh, I forgot about the bloke in the bush. It's cool, he's into it. We have Jeffrey Sinclair, Lazarus Hurstel, David Goran, and Walter Keane. Okay, now. Right, there are a lot of names. This is David Goran. What? That's not David Goran, okay. I'm just gonna remove all of those. That's not David Goran? What the fuck is that then? Hold on, I gotta go explore. Oh, he's a Dark Hand Initiate, whoever he is, because he's got the hand and the eyeball. David Goran was blonde. Hair dye exists. Origin, okay. I'm 95% sure that Clairol started in 1790. Okay. Very old company. David. Gathering will be on March 14th. So somebody... Okay. David Goran. This is not David Goran. And that's not an onion in your pocket. Good lord. Right, so we don't really know because everyone's got fucking cloaks on. We need to figure out... Okay, there's 3 ranks here. 3 masks, 3 ranks. There's a Dark Hand, a Proud Beast, and a Water Snake. And then there's Master, Steward, and Initiate. So I'm assuming that we've got to figure out the faces for Dark Hand, Proud Beast, and Water Snake, and then the cloaks. Can we safely assume that this guy performing the ritual for the Proud Beasts is in the correct face? Proud Beasts. Mask, not face. I refuse to join any secret society that would not have me as a member. I'm going to say that this is Proud Beast. Because he's performing the rituals, so I guess that's it. We also can infer... Because the initiation rite has to be done... by... Wait, where did we get the initiation rites from? So Jeffrey Sinclair's in here. Is it here? Perception, evaluation, transition, admission. Administered by any master. Administered by any Dark Hand Steward or master. Administered by Water Snake master. Administered by Proud Beast Steward. Okay. Oh, God. All right. This is... Is this saying what he has endured? Because these look like you can hook, like, new things in different places. Snail. No mouth. Fish in a house. I forgot where I put my jacket. Surely that's snail. That's got to be snail. So then there's 2. Admission. Okay, so it's admission, right? Time? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for my mouth to reappear. The wetness for the fish wet, the wet fish, and then star. Star or tree? What the fuck does this mean? Star or tree? Is this star or tree? Seasons? That's seasons. So I guess tree? Because, you know, trees exist in the seasons. And they're administering a dude. So this, I'm gonna say this is a master outfit, but we don't quite know who this is. It can be administered by any master. But this is a master outfit. A master blaster. I think. Or it's Inception. And then it's a Proud Beast steward. A member of our order has proposed a new candidate. The brother's trustworthy, however, has been challenged. Therefore, we've decided to take measures to resolve the fate. If the brother proves himself, he can vouch for the newcomer. If the newcomer survives the appropriate trial, he will join our ranks. You are summoned to join us. Ooh, okay. Yeah, this one's a real head-scratcher. So this is the appropriate trials, but this might not be the initiate. This might be the dude who is... This might be the brother if he proves himself, he can vouch for the newcomer. So it's possible that this is the dude currently undergoing the trial so that he can vouch for the newcomer rather than the actual newcomer himself. This is either the newcomer, doing the admission test, or the current brother doing the inception test. In which case, I don't know that that's a master. Bollocks. Steward's the middle one, right? Context clues wise, I don't think you'd pit a master against another master, right? Is there a trial that is master v master? The sword must be borne by any initiate? Griffin has spoken like the first morning. Done when an accuser has challenged a defender. Or is this the dude trying to prove himself? Is this the challenge for them to prove themselves, and downstairs is where the initiation is taking place? In which case, is there ritual of squabble, conflict, dispute, Discord. The houses of the accuser and the defender stand behind their brothers. The scepter must be borne by a dark hand master. Alright, the scepter must be borne by a water snake master. Sword must be borne by a dark hand. Sword must be borne by the initiate. Fucking hell, man. This is a... Okay, right. Where do we even start with this one? Damn, okay. Something was something to a ritual. Summoned? Challenged? Challenged. Somebody was challenged to a ritual. To a conflict, to a poison, to a squabble, to a dispute, to a discord. Also, here's a fun one. This dude in the bush may well have supposed to have been any number of these people. Time to break out the red string, cover a wall in pictures, and find out what's linked. Weirdly enough, now, you said that, Wolf, there is the storytelling aspect of tactical breach wizards. I have never actually seen that before in a game. I don't know whether it has ever existed. I'm sure some people will be able to tell me. But the storytelling aspect of tactical breach wizards is that you get all of your cards and you post them up on the map and then you tie string. So you make the connections yourself. If you want to, you can skip it, but I do because I like it. I think it's a really fun little way of storytelling. So not only do you get the storytelling via the cutscenes, but you get like the story solidified in your brain by like tying all of the bits together. Really nice. He is a Dark Hand initiate. We know that because Dark Hands initiate. Technically, this should be true. Interesting. That is indeed true. It's not that I'm supposed to know the name of him, it's just that I'm supposed to know his title. So, a Dark Hand initiate was in a bush. And it looks like he's been tied up and left there and has had his stuff taken from him. This is all stuff from David. So I think we can safely assume that David and somebody else kidnapped and dumped this guy, this Dark Hand initiate, dumped him in his bush and stole his outfit. So once we know what a Dark Hand initiate looks like, we don't know which one of these masks is Dark Hand, and we don't know which one of these robes is initiate yet. Oh no, hold on. Water Snake, Master and Steward. Oh yeah, of course, because initiate is here. Yeah, we don't know what robes are initiate, we don't know which one's a Dark Hand either. Once we do, we can safely assume that one of these guys is actually David Goran in disguise. But how do we get to understanding what the robes and what the masks mean. To figure out the ritual, we can infer from the ritual downstairs which robe is not an initiate. Okay, so green robe because steward or master. Clever. Steward or master. So green is not initiate. Just assume by their looks. That's what we all do. Thank you, Stiley. I joined a secret society once, Eric, but you just couldn't take them seriously. They were absolute rubbish at keeping secrets. I mean, less than an hour after initiating, you already had the full name and address of one of their members. But he invited you around. 2 ruby rings. I feel like this is the initiation. I feel like the brother must prove himself. I feel like that's what's going on up here. The brother is proving themselves, and then once the brother has proved himself or not proved himself, then this ritual can take place, which is going to be the ritual of I have signaled to Griffin who I am. I accept my fate, whatever it may be. I ventured on the Order's mission to reclaim... So this is Walter Keane talking. He's the gentleman robber. He's talking about the situation that we just had last time. Ventured on the Order's mission to reclaim the fire-breathing relic, and with great resolve punished the despicable enemy. I, with a brave few companions, firstly entered his hideout, remote hunting cabin, devil-prepared treacherous traps, yada yada yada. The enemy's lackey, assassin warrior David Garan, and a pack of bloodthirsty hounds. There was one dog. David Garan was currently knocked out. After hours of fighting... He probably ran away straight away. I received numerous deadly wounds, wasn't touched, in spite of which I prevailed and defeated my assailants with my martial training. Discovered the enemy's dead body, slain by the trap of his own making, but no trace of the relic. That's not true. I'm assuming Walter Keane has the... So Walter Keane is definitely part of the gang. Walter Keane is not the initiate, but he might be the one who is vouching for someone else. Can one actually make too much chicken satay? You may have done something bad, kind of made too much chicken satay. What a mistake to make her. Sounds like you've got chicken satay for days. I must apologize 1,000 times for my absence, but the road to recovery was full of peril and valor. Government dogs chased me tirelessly. I had to go to Aquitania. There I finally bested my pursuers with the help of Lazarus Hurst. Not only did he earn my trust by stepping into the fray against the villains, but he turned out to be well versed in the arcane arts, of course not yet close to your skills. I have finally recovered to the plan to return to Albion. I suggest that Lazarus would be a fine addition to the Order, and I vouch for him and will invite him to undergo the appropriate trial. So, Lazarus Hurst has been suggested as a new member by Walter Keane. Illuminated Masters, I object to the admittance of the individual Lazarus Hurst to our brethren. I submit that our Dark-Hand brother, Walter Keene, Dark-Hand, if we can figure out who Walter Keene is right now, we know that he's Dark-Hand. Who vouches for him cannot be trusted because he is a liar and a thief. I am certain that on dispatching our enemy, he kept the golden firing breathing relic for himself. Nothing will move me on this. He must produce the relic, apologize personally to me, and afterwards be expelled from the Brotherhood, Jeffrey Sinclair. So, Jeffrey Sinclair has challenged Walter Keene. Jeffrey Sinclair has challenged Walter Keene for the admittance of Lazarus Hurst, and also that he stole the idol. So one of these guys is Jeffrey Sinclair, and one of these guys is Walter Keene. Or, it should be, because there is an initiate out here. They're different. One's a Dark Hand, one's a Proud Beast or a Water Snake. Well, there's no guarantees that one of them's a Dark Hand, but... Jeffrey Sinclair has challenged Walter Keene to the Ritual of Squabble. Only initiates can be Defender and Accuser. Ritualist Conflict. The Accuser must deeply hate the Defender. Required decorations for the hall. The Grim Reaper is here. The never-tiring teacher. What would the never-tiring teacher be? And the feeder of mouths. A spoon? A fork? Is that guy gonna be back here with a fork? Thank you, Snidely. The Keeper of Treasures? The Keeper of Treasures is a key, you know? Keeper of Treasures, key. Grim Reaper is here, and the never-tiring teacher. Never-tiring... A book? A book? Never-tiring teacher? That seems about right. Ritual of Discord. The houses of the Accuser and Defender must stand behind their brothers. Speaker to the Blind. Grim Reaper, Keeper of Treasures. I think it's the Ritual of Dispute. And out of left field came Peter Badley with a fork. Okay. So I'm gonna call it the Ritual of Dispute. Because Keeper of Treasures, key. Never-tiring teacher, book. And Grim Reaper, Grim Reaper. Yeah. So, God, Ritual of Dispute. Dispute. So maybe that's the first snowflake that starts the avalanche. Let's see. Is it gonna pick up speed? Only stewards or higher rank can be Defender and Accuser. Dark Hand Brother, Walter Keane. Okay. So this is green. And that's green. And this ritual can only be performed by stewards or higher. Bollocks. Steward or higher. Fuck! You son of a bitch! Proud be steward or master, which is exactly the same fucking thing that we figured out already. Right. Fine. Well, that's just solidified that. The scepter. Okay, so if we assume that this is the ritual of dispute, and I'm pretty sure that it's the ritual of dispute. Keeper of treasures, key. Never tiring teacher, book. Grim Reaper is the fucking Grim Reaper. And yes, look! Even, of course! They have been adorned with stuff. Little blue ribbons. Fucking hell, that's what that means! That's what that means. It is definitely the ritual of dispute. This little thing here, festooned, one might say. Leaning in, gesturing wildly with a pencil. Yeah, this is pretty much how you looked playing in this game. So, the scepter must be born by a water snake master. Boom! Here's the motherfucking scepter, so this is a water snake motherfucking master. So we know now that water snake is this face and master is white. So, if master is white, that means that this guy is not a master who is doing the ritual down here, so we know that that cannot be performed by an initiate, so it's got to be performed by a fucking steward, son! Which means the initiate is brown robes, or purple, or, I don't know, maroon. Steward is green, master is white. Master. This is a master of the water snakes. Ha 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 ha! And if we go back to down here. No, this one. Steward. He's not a master, he's a steward, which means he's a proud beast steward, which means that we can say that the red mask is a proud beast. That's actually what I was saying right at the top, but apparently I didn't have enough conviction to be able to see that through to the end. Proud beast. Yakin! Oh god, BXT, touche. Which means this, down here, is the Inception. It's the Inception test. Proud Beast Steward. It's the Inception test. Test of the Inception. Sorry, I've just, I just found a, oh god, what are they called? Who's that celebrity chef? Very sexual, married to that art fella. Big cokehead, apparently. Nigella. Yeah, I just found a Nigella seed in my teeth. Delicious. I just found Nigella's seed in my teeth. Woo. Okay, this is then the ritual of Inception. It's weird. I always, for some reason, Nigella seeds always remind me of Nigella Lawson. And that's how that's connected in my brain, all right? There's logic there. Shut up. Delicious. And delicious. Beowulf. Sorry. Nigella seed in my mouth has completely and utterly thrown me off track here. It was a taste sensation in my mouth, and it has completely thrown me for a loop. What the fuck was I doing? We know for a fact this guy is a steward, right? He's a proud beast steward. Like, do you want names? Do you want names, game? Do you want game names? Because now that we know the masks and the... Oh, yes, no, that was a different question, wasn't it, Beowulf? Yeah, we don't have that many names. We've got Geoffrey Sinclair and Walter Keane, who have squabbled. Squabbled, I've said. In the ritual of dispute. Keeper of Treasures, the never-tiring teacher, and the Grim Reaper, yes. Dark Hand Brother. So one of these is a Dark Hand right there. So that has got to be Walter Keane. I'm going to say that down here in the Ritual of Inception, Lazarus Hurst is going through the the Inception. The Ritual of Inception, baby. They are definitely disputes. A dispute has happened. The laugh of victory is wild. Our survey said! I'll try it for the next one. Although this one feels a little bit more difficult. Geoffrey Sinclair.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Snowdrake. How you doing? All right. So if there's a Dark Hand Initiate in the bushes, Dark Hand Initiate, green face, purple robes. This is David Goran in a disguise.
7 reporting for duty.
Vitrix, welcome in. We're on the verge of a breakthrough. This dude is a master. This dude is a master. This dude is another initiate. Makes sense because he's having to hold the tray. You are a water snake. You are a proud beast. And for you, wait, hold on. David Goran has knocked out this Dark Hand Initiate. This is Dark Hand Initiate clothing. Dark Hand Initiate. Yes. Walter Keane is a Dark Hand Steward. Yes. Brother Dark Hand, Geoffrey Sinclair, we're going to assume that's him, because Geoffrey Sinclair and Walter Keane had a Barney, and now they're doing the Ritual of Dispute. There is a Water Snake Initiate. There is a Proud Beast Master. There is a David Goran. And for you, Stylee, our survey says... that there is indeed a seed in my mouth. Better late than never. It's your mum's birthday, so you visited her. Happy birthday to your mum. Why does that sound a bit wrong? Anyway, Vitrix, I hope you had a good day. So now we need to find out somebody was challenged to a something ritual. Well, we know what the ritual is because we've got it right here. Motherfucking dispute ritual. And Walter Keane was indeed challenged to a dispute ritual. He, along with David Goran, ambushed this guy. Can I have David in two places? Only if you'd ask nicely. Oh, Night Dweller. That is a lot of satay. I'm not gonna lie. I'm here for it, though. David Goran. Posing as... Dark Hand Initiate? Like, normally with the sentence, it would be ambushed a Dark Hand Initiate, right? I mean, apple pie with whipped cream, both made by herself? Fuck yes. Whipped cream, baby. I love whipped cream. Posing as something. David Goran posing as something. Signaled. Oh, shit! Oh, of course, because he got to watch. He got to watch, didn't he? He got to watch which cup got the poison in. Yeah, it does make sense, Cinescape. So David Goran was watching which cup the poison got put in. So I guess David Goran posing as a Dark Hand Initiate signaled to Walter Keane, which is why Walter is alive still, with a... What was he holding? He was holding some sort of teacup. No, a carafe. A silver tankard with some red wine. Ooh, red wine. A tankard. Tankard? Tray? Tankard. Tankard. Signaled to Walter Keane with a tankard, which cup had no poison. Somebody, Jeffrey Sinclair, drank the other cup and died. I guess I'm just gonna go Dark Hand Initiate. Walter Keane was challenged to a dispute ritual. He, along with David Goran, ambushed a Dark Hand Initiate. David Goran, posing as a Dark Hand Initiate, signaled to Walter Keane with a tankard which cup had no poison. Jeffrey Sinclair drank the other cup and died. Meanwhile, Lazarus Hurst passed the Inception ritual to become a Proud Beast Initiate. Our survey says... Fuck yes! This is what victory feels right. Like, it feels so right. No hints accessed. After being challenged to a ritual with potentially deadly consequences, Walter conspired with David to devise a plan which would ensure his own safety. They captured a Brotherhood member on his way to the gathering. David took his costume so that during the ritual of dispute, he could indicate to Walter which cup was poisoned. Therefore, Walter chose the safe cup and his opponent drank the poison and died. Hell yes. Dudes, I think my brain has melted somewhat. Slumwhat. And as it's Fras, it's Francy Frursday. What Fras is Francy's? It's calling it. I would love to say that I want to do this and this, but then there's next chapter. Actually, here you go. Here's a question. Here's a question. Is there a next chapter? That's all I want to know. A yes or no answer. Here's my genuine question flag. Genuine question flag. Is there a next chapter? Yes. Okay. In which case, there's no fucking way that we are finishing this today. So I'm thinking next week, we'll probably come back to this next Thursday. You're gonna run away now, Eric, because you decided you want to play this game? It is the streamer's curse that if you make a game seem way too fun, people are gonna stop watching because they want that fun for themselves. But I get it. I get it. No saucy Nigellas to distract me. There's always saucy Nigellas. Hi, dudes. I'm sweaty. There's vomit on my sweater already. Mum's spaghetti. I mean, I don't know how much content we've got here, but I do have the whole DLC set. We've got the Case of the Golden Idol, the Case of the Spider of Lanka, and the Case of the Lemurian Vampire. So I'm not gonna lie, we could be doing this for a couple of months on Thursdays. Let me have a little sneaky peeky squeaky. Fraslog Frursdays. I'm gonna have a little look at my PP, everybody. It has not moved since last I gazed upon it. It is still impressive. Ghostly, there's gonna be a lot of streams. Looking forward to it. Thank you, thank you. Yes, we've got the DLC. Woo. Oh, you Christian Center. We had a big old conversation about it earlier on in the day. I think at this point of the stream, I don't have the mental capacity to go back through that one again. Sure it didn't move? Since I last checked on it? Let me refresh the stream again. Yes, 74. Poking with a stick to make sure. You check the VOD, go for it, dude. Right. Where to go? Is... Yes. Mike's still playing. Okay, cool. Dudes, we're going to... I'm going to raid into somebody who is playing Monkey Island 2, LeChuck's Revenge... Apparently for the first time. Like, so says the stream title. The stream title... Possibly for the very first time ever. So says the stream title. How have I never played ... Monkey Island 2? I don't get to share this with people very often, their first experience, so I'm 100% going to be going over there. We're going to go and raid into Wholesome Horror Gaming. I encourage you wholeheartedly to copy-paste a raid's message. Come over. Don't give any spoilers away, because I would genuinely come down on you like a ton of bricks. That is one of my favorite games in the world, and I think that getting to share in somebody's first experience in that is a beautiful thing, and I would never want to undermine that. So, make sure, no spoilers. we're going to go and raid into wholesome horror gaming. I'm going to say my thank yous. We're up at 45 pieces of 8 in the treasure track of the day. Thank you very much to the following folks. We have Curry with the 33 months, Super Submariner with a tier 3 91 months. Jesus Christ. Miniax with the 70 months. Wolf, thank you for gifting the sub to Pillar Palette. We had Miniax coming in with the 222 bits. We had 78 bits from Magnus Prado. We had Tombo coming in with another tier 3, 71 months. And Wolf, thank you for gifting the sub to Arik. Can I get an exclamation mark Tombola, please? And we'll find out who, out of Nuke or Draz. Each only has one ticket for this, by the way. This is just a 50-50. It's Nuke! Hashtag blame Nuke. Dudes, thank you all very, very much for being here. The next time that I will be live on this channel will be on Sunday when we begin the next game in the Alice franchise. We're going to be playing Alice Madness Returns. Alice, who the fuck is mad? It looks like yesterday we solved Alice's madness. But the name of the next game does seem to imply, oh shit, the madness has returned. So we'll find out what that's all about on Sunday. Between now and then, there will be a Saturday night stream over on the Gents. I think we're going to be doing a little bit more Abiotic Factor. Much love. Thank you all very much for being here. Styly, Wolf, Johnny, Toki, Night Dweller, Triclon, Vitrix, Wolf, U. Christensen, Beowulf, Chenin, Sinescape. One day at a time, dudes. We got this, all right? See you on the other side. Thank you all. Now, get the fuck out of here.